Uh,
Oh, oh.
all right, let's look at question one. Let's start with question one.
Me find the bucket, Joseph. Wait, no, man.
Gosh.
You,
Wait,
you, you holding the curry, buddy.
all right, wait, you.
You gotta realize that I wake up since 3 o'clock this morning for travel on boat and all
Oh,
kind of thing.
it's this did he come back?
Yeah, buddy. Me
Uh,
and me old man alone.
That he come back since yesterday, why? I didn't say look,
I
it
got
must.
OAP. Wait, sir?
No, I thought he come back since yesterday.
No, yes, they went down.
Yes, right. We get O8
Uh,
tomorrow afternoon, and we have social studies. Think it's Tuesday, right? And then 8 p.m.
yeah. Well, me no paper ones for any of them subject we just got. Yeah, me got no OA paper. Me got no OA paper one never.
Don't worry about it. We discussing stuff like that.
What I need is a book for write down the answers.
All right, just get the book then. Just you get any book on you right now? Right now, I got my notebook
No,
on me.
I'm
Right?
looking.
I got my notebook on me
Huh?
here. I got my notebook on me here. At least my presumptuous answers I get here.
But I get something here, like.
All right, just get a book on your pencil and stuff like that. You get any
What do you
calculator?
remember?
You get any
We
calculator?
are get,
Yeah.
you're allowed to use calculator.
You look at the wait just now. I open up the 2024. Let me see the instructions. Give me a second.
I go to the instructions. Go to the instructions. What is this? The way I had in my do this thing. Oh, there.
All
No.
right, I get one. Here. You seen me at June one day, 2024. All right, then
Hold
what?
on. I am. I'm moving all my stuff into this room and separate something.
Nah, boy. You can't use a calculator.
I know the Joseph. Telling you, you talking about calculator.
No, but you could articulate a bit like if you understand me. Because you get one with like minutes of meeting and stuff like that in paper. Let me give you an example. Like I'll show you an example of me. I get some question with like times and stuff like that, and you got calculate a bit. Like for example with this one.
What the ass is, bro?
But like this party, what sum of money is required to restore the impress at force of eight like though. I'll work this one already. Is actually the we could talk about later tonight.
Oh.
We discuss and forget them answers. But it ain't really hard, It's look difficult, but it ain't really hard. Because remember the Impress system is a system of reimbursement, right? Like every month, or you start off with this money, at the end of the month, you're supposed to get this amount of money.
Joyce, we start?
Alright, you start. Question one: which of the following document provides information on lines of authority in a company? Job description, list of directors, directors report, or organizational chart. What are you thinking there?
Wait, keep primary. Which one come up? Either list of directors or organize. Yeah, list of directors, I believe. Or organizational chart.
Is organizational chart because this one is a bit. Let's spend this one. Is organizational chart because a
Check
list of
out.
because remember right, it's the lines of authority, meaning that everyone within the organization, and list of directors is only like directors in the company. So like they would already take the out like from the you want to take a read at two? Question two.
Yeah, hold on. My phone, right now, it's switching from landscape. So
Yeah.
this dissemination, this was the word is
Yeah.
dissemination.
Dissemination.
Dissemination of information in any organization may be described as ensuring that information is safe, collecting all information in the office, getting information from all the departments, distributing information received to all departments. I think it's the, weird thing.
Yeah, I think it's Dito. Because remember, dissemination is giving out information, distributing information to the departments. So yeah, you're correct. The which
Yeah,
the
honestly, I don't think about dissemination, but you could tell from the structure, the word dissemination and distribution, they got something similar.
yeah, because dissemination is you giving out information. All right, we're going at a good pace. We might probably finish this thing off a little faster now. Question three: which of the following office layouts allows for easier supervision of staff? Virtual, cellular, open plane, or centralized? You look at the virtual office. This is like when you're working from home. Yeah, they're exactly in the office, but you're working from home. The cellular office
I
is
think virtual. I think virtual. I think virtual.
no, because it says allows for easier supervision. Look at the word supervision. Remember, if you're working at home, the staffs can't even
Oh,
ever see
oh,
you.
oh, oh.
Like immediately, they can't
Yeah.
ever see you. This
What's open plan now? What's open plan?
open plan is like everybody in a cubicle working alongside each other. There's
Yeah, well,
like
open plan.
there's like in 3 miles where them teachers them on them the cubicle everybody's in one place. You understand? There's like in 3 miles where them teachers them
Yes.
on. All right, this one is a tricky one. In a sole trader business, the decision regarding what the purchase is usually made by the it's a sole trader. Remember, another term for sole trader is sole proprietor business. Crap, all the thing is small. It's sole proprietor business.
Sole trader. Sole trader is similar to entrepreneur.
Yeah, the sole trader is an entrepreneur
I know though. So I just put entrepreneur. Anyways, the
or
decision
entrepreneur
regarding what the
business.
purchase is.
It said in a sole trader business, decision regarding what the port is usually made by the cashier.
B.
Yeah,
B.
yeah, the proprietor.
B.
Because in the sole trader business, there's don't really get a lot of people to do anything. Usually, proprietors make decisions. All right, take a read at five.
And which of the following attributes should the office guard? Oh no, which of the following attributes should an office clerk possess?
Uh,
Honesty, curiosity, generosity. Honesty, A. That's an easy
yeah, there's
one.
an easy one. Honesty. All right, we know six. Which of the
Hey,
four?
those which letter? Those which letter?
Yeah. A.
Those which letter?
It was A.
A.
Yeah. Alrighty, look at six. Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing an ergonomic design that meets the needs of the employee? Stress level, personal taste, risk of injury, or performance standard.
Stress level. No, no, no.
Looking
Is
at
it stress
pors-
level?
looking at
Stress level or personality?
I would think on personal taste because remember ergonomics is making the environment suitable to you rather than you having to adapt to the environment.
Yeah, like I said, it's either stress level or personality.
All right, good. After we finish up the document, I'll send you the answers and tell you how much we get wrong or right. Just so fact check yourself. All right, so there's six. Item seven refers to the following diagram. I don't think we need to read all this, because it said which of the following forms of communication illustrated above. So we just what kind of it's because we have oral, visual, written, and electronic. These usually get used in presentation. Like, so what are you thinking for this one? I thinking is
Oral, visual.
I think it's visual because
Yeah,
it
visual. Definitely visual.
can be electronic. That is like totally unrelated. Let's see. A small package containing important documents to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean
In
island.
one, in
Which,
Nita Kajai,
yeah, she could join you. You could email she the link.
I just.
I seen Kaden
Yeah.
join. He's supposed to join. He don't send anything to here already. As Keon supposed to join, but he said he
Yeah,
plays too noisy.
like the man ain't got no his earpiece. So, anyways, what was the answer? B was the answer for question 7.
Yeah, visual.
Alright, let's go to question 8. A small package containing important documents is to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean island, which is Minnesota would be most standard required. I have no idea about this, but if I was to say anything, I would say forest glass.
But let me see. It says a small package
I
contain.
yeah,
Um,
you read it.
the answer is between force class and resistor. I'll tell you what force class is. Force class is basically like when you're selling small packages. Of is Force class when you're sending literal packages, like you're sending a book, you're sending a pen, or you're sending something like that. Registered, however,
Mm,
is like when you're sending document related things like that. So in this case,
yeah.
it's because it says documents, important
Mhm.
documents. Force class is like when you're sending literal items or money or something like that.
So it's registered.
Yeah, it's registered. And
Yeah.
standard and recorded, them don't even exist. So yes, this one easy.
A memorandum, a memorandum is used for communication within a form, short notes, of course, information.
There's A by.
Communication within a form.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You don't
easy.
even have to read out the so
Yeah, that's easy, but
you read the next one.
R10. A customer inquired about the letter sent to the form 1 month ago. To determine if the letter was received, the mail clerk should refer to.
Post this book. Post this book.
Correct is right. Wait. Let me
Like
check back.
this common sense.
Good. Alright, 11. A letter of acceptance is sent when a person agrees to take up a job offer, receive salary through the bank, plans to attend an interview for a job,
Hey,
receive. Yeah, correct. I agree on the one too.
which which of the following questions should an applicant avoid during an interview? What the which of
From looking at it, I think the answer for this one is when will
B?
I be given a wage increase?
B, yeah, you're here to people.
Yeah, because it's disrespectful. Cause you're not going to get a job and you say, when I get in a raise. Like, this is just disrespectful. Like,
Yeah.
all right, this one here. Um, which of the following is not a source for information on job opportunities, newspaper, trade journal, encyclopedia, company's newsletter? Encyclopedia.
Wait, are we negative funding is not the source of for information on the trader? Yeah, encyclopedia. This is like a dictionary, right?
Yeah, that's immediately out. 'Cause it's like, because if you check up for a job offer in like an encyclopedia, might probably get a definition of what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, welcome, Nairo. Good night. Good night. You walk in the 2024 paper one. Oh, Caden
Are
John.
you exactly on my
Caden is private. I know it's Caden. I know Caden when I see. Caden is private.
well? Oh,
All right, 14. Take a read
which
at
of
four.
the you want to read or you want to read it?
You read.
Which of the following duties are performed by the records management clerk? Creating new files for client developing salary set. One and three.
Yeah, 1 and 3 because developing sales strategies is like by the marketing department. So yes, B 1 and 3.
Lucky you don't read one man.
The Caden read 15. I'm like he get quiet tonight. He's on the quiet man. All right, I read. In an alphabetical filing system, the name Mistress T. Smith is filed before Dr. Tom Smith. Which of the following rules were applied?
Wait. I read the back, but you read the text too fast.
In an alphabetical filing system, the name Mistress T. Smith is filed before Dr. Tom Smith. Which of the following rules were applied?
Uh, one and three.
By how you know that?
Or
By
two
how you
and
know
three.
that?
I don't know.
By you correct? By how you know that? By it's
Is
surprising.
what one and three?
Wait. Let me check back. Wait. Um, we take out I. Yeah, no, it's not 1 and 3 because lady comes before man. That is not in the alphabetical filing system. It's
Yeah, well, I
nothing.
said two or
two and three is the correct answer because the you get a couple laws when it comes up with the filing system, such as neutrality. There's one rate, meaning that nothing come before something. You know the indexing you do before you like put in somebody name, like you index somebody name,
Uh,
like you think a
yeah.
space. There is nothing come before something, and titles are to be placed at the end. Yeah, so I and I. So that's it. 16, 16. You get somebody else read
What is
six.
this?
You get somebody else
Huh?
read 16. And they're quiet tonight.
Kaden? Kaden, come off the phone with a girl by.
I just come up a walk back. Had to talk a little bit.
Yeah, read them.
Filing done through the use of filming is valuable for storage of. Which one is thing now? I see this question somewhere.
Filing through the use of microfilming.
I don't know if y'all know about this, right? But the answer to this one is information must be kept for many years. Microfilming is like
We
when we do this one before.
yeah. This question repeat.
We walk into 2025 when we still walking the one. We walked in
So
2024.
that me know nothing of microfilming or
Wait,
what's that with it.
let me put up the definition in the screen. So yeah, guys could see what microfilming is.
So that you got enough thoughts that open, right?
It's just very six like I walking for the
Come on,
past
you
couple of days,
computer
bro.
don't want to blow up or something.
So microfilming involves the photographic reduction of documents, newspaper, books. Let me just read the simple definition. You have to see the definition there.
Yeah.
So it says microfilm is a method of preserving documents by creating small photographic images on a film, allowing for efficient storage and long-term archival of information. So yeah, yeah.
That
So
is right there.
yeah, we right. So information which must be kept for many years. So 17. Look to get the answer.
No, it's 16, yeah, 17.
All right, good. Which of the following is used to indicate that a file is removed from a filing cabinet? An out card, a tickler system, a note on the cabinet, a cross reference card. What y'all thinking?
Wow. This is a hard one, boy.
I remember
Yeah.
this. We did the other day. We doing back here.
Yeah, just to
Oh,
fresh up yourself. You know he was get dull
this one
something.
got four.
This was on 2024 too. The same question here.
What?
We do this one already. This is an out
That's
card.
next one.
This is an out
I
card.
was thinking of OTR, but I don't know what it is, so
Yeah.
don't just be guessing.
You know that man card is put on a book or like I forget what it's called, man. Just put it like let me just put up an example on the screen, man. It'd be best to just put up an example.
A bookmark?
Yeah, it's like a bookmark thing. Let me see, I can show you. Like the thing put I know the thing put thing is so weird. Um it's like an indexing thing that's put, man, but I can get any good example like what I want.
No matter with it, we just say it's a bookmark.
Alright, good. Let's move on. Can I read E18 and Luke can read 19.
In which of the following situations is cross-referencing not needed? Which one is it?
What y'all thinking?
Oh yeah, I remember this one. It's which one?
D. I think D.
Yeah, correct. You can remember cross
Oh
referencing
yeah,
is
I see it now. Special name. I'm looking for the.
because the person change the name. So we don't have to think in two different names. So
Yeah, it's like if so you give my customer a false name to remember them. I used to do this steady.
but you ain't change your name.
Who assume you used to do?
I think it's
Disney, though.
Nahido.
Oh, sure.
No, say she with we.
This is what you said?
Just saying. Anyways, it'd be nice you should join for interact.
Can't see.
Alright, 19. What is the purpose of maintaining a reception register in an organization? Record the number of persons who visit the organization, identifying the firms which do not do business with the organization, record the names of
Joseph.
persons.
Joseph,
Yeah.
go to back again. Go to back again. You're too fast, buddy. Too
All right.
fast.
What is the purpose of maintaining a reception register in an organization? Recording number of
A.
ports. Yeah.
A.
I don't think you need to
You
do
did actually find out. You did find out the exact answer, Phil.
well with this one.
But this was the one we left out.
Yes, this was the exact answer. I know. I tell you something, right? I hear they say from Mandy a lady from Trinidad, but on my channel. She tell me, right? Listen to this. Yes, they actually cut out questions. I think it's toward the four. If you look at it, so we stopped 27 here. If you look down here, we got tilted toward the four. CSEC cut it out because they're gonna bring back them exact questions. You see the thing tilted toward the four, 27 straight toward the four. If you look there, you see the right?
Mm. We could ask. So who
Yeah,
y'all know that do little OA last year?
I know, but this is 2025. This them they cut out the question
But
because there's some exact questions they're gonna bring back. So they cut it out to the document they release. Alright, you look at 20 now. Look, take a read at 20.
Mr. Smith, a valued customer, visits the office one day before his scheduled appointment because he is in the area. What should the receptionist do? I read. Suggest to Mr. Smith that he see someone else. Tell Mr. Smith that the person he wants to see is out. Remind Mr. Smith. Sign. C.
Remind Mr. Smith politely of the date of his appointment. But I believe it's like
Yeah.
D. Because find out if the person with whom Mr. Smith has the appointment can even see him.
valued customer
Because you
What you
see,
think, Aidan? What you think?
is I think the auto because it's a valued customer.
because it's somebody like important, like you understand me, somebody who's constantly visit.
Joseph, check it. It
Or
could be D. It could be D.
in fact check him
Me even
yourself.
read D.
It said D here. D is from D because I get it.
Because right. Let me say, look, take how you used to sell you, see, right? And somebody used to buy steady from you, and they ask no, and the person who used to help you know that them person used to buy. Them wouldn't them ask if you did wrong or if you could come back to it or something like that?
I understand what you're saying.
So from the fact checking I'm doing here, it's saying D. They're saying D. Anyways, but it's between C or D. In case of anything else, between C and D. But I believe it's D though. Alright, move on to 21. Yeah, this is where the calculations come into place.
That, Joseph,
Yeah,
Joe, you could join?
yeah. You could think anybody who interested. Not like a problem with me.
Bastard buying.
Alright, so
And
it's
he just said you're going to bed.
alright,
Joe,
good.
he going to join just now.
Alright, good.
Yeah, let's continue meantime. It's what, 22 we there?
Yeah,
Or no,
22. 21. 21. 21.
21.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I read 21. A meal is traveling to a destination where the time is 2 hours ahead of the time at our place of departure. If our plane departs at 12 o'clock noon and the flight takes 1 hour and 30 minutes, at what time should Amio arrive at the destination? Let's bring question like this all the time. But it's basic maths. You guys could see the calculator on the screen? Yeah? Yeah, I could see the
Yes,
calculator.
ma'am. Let me see question, D. Joseph.
Yeah?
The answer.
For which one? 21?
No, I've been wanting to see D. I've been wanting to see D.
For which one? For which question?
No, the same 21. I couldn't get to see the answer.
Oh.
D. I couldn't get to see all the options. That's what I've been telling you.
Oh. All right. So they get 15, 30 hours, 13, 30 hours, 11, 30, and 8.
Hours.
This is easy, It's not really difficult to calculate. So you should depart in 2 hours ahead. We got added to the 12, and that give us like 14, 14 hours, right? Plus the 1 hour and 30 minutes. That would be 15, 30. 15, 30 hours. You understand, Luke?
Yeah.
All right. You sure we need no elaboration before we move on? So we're just making sure everything all right.
You could elaborate if you want.
So whenever they set 2 hours ahead of time, there's addition, right? Plus the 12 hours at noon, the twelve o'clock. So we add to um to the 12 o'clock, right? So we add them two numbers. We add it, we get 14, right? There'll be 1400 hours, right? 14 hours plus the 1 hour and 30 minutes. And if you add the 2 hours plus the 14 plus the 12 o'clock, there'll be 1400 hours plus the 1 hour and 30 minutes. There'll be 15 plus the additional 30 minutes. We get 15 30 hours. You understand?
Yeah, buddy. Just 12 plus 3.5.
Yeah, easy, easy, bud. All right, I should get another one minute with time here. You wanna read it? Take a read.
At the beginning of the day, an executive tells the receptionist that he will be unable to keep an 11 a.m. appointment with a client in his office. What action must the receptionist take? Scroll down. Email the client, apologize, and ask you to suggest an alternative date. Apologize and offer an appointment. Telephone client, apologize and space time for an appointment. See,
Yeah, correct. See, telephone the client and apologize. Time for a new appointment. Just
yeah, in
reschedule it.
business you don't really email people when it's thing like this. Got call them.
Just telephone them and just reschedule the time. Here are we now. 24, 24.
Quorum. What the hell is a quorum?
No worry, it's not that difficult.
Alright, no, no, notified. We don't figure it out. A quorum consists of the following: total number of members present at the meeting, except the members of the community present at the meeting, minimum numbers of specific executive. B or A. I could be wrong, but I feel like it's B or A.
You know, a quorum is something that's doing something called, you know, the minutes of meeting, like the registered persons. So in
Huh?
oh crap, we get 10 more minutes, right? We get 10 more minutes. So let's go on there.
What's going on, Jovi?
Or catch myself up there. Good night, Jovi.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Anyways, you know, a quorum, you know, like is basically the amount of persons that are necessary in order for minutes of meeting to occur, right? So it's the minimum
So
amount
it'll
of
be
persons. Yes, but that's something I just tell you because I see a question like this in 2024. They would like to. There's usually asked you to. What do they usually do if there's not the amount of minimum persons to actually attend the minutes of meeting? What is usually
huh?
what is asked, right? So they said if there is not the minimum of persons to start the minutes of meeting, what do they do?
Reschedule.
Correct, correct, correct. At least I understand that one. Easy. Smart, smart,
Yeah.
fast. All right, 25. During a meeting, a member needed to discuss a matter not listed on the agenda. Under which heading is the member allowed to have the discussion? So it ain't listed on the
Matters
agenda.
arising.
It ain't listed on
Either
the agenda.
matters arising or any other business.
Yeah, any other business because it ain't on the agenda, so they can't do anything here. So all of them is out immediately. 26, 26. Well, this one look weird. I think me and Kid didn't discuss this here because this one even look weird. Sauce. Um, Using the 12-hour clock, what is expected time of arrival in Trinidad in Tobago? Itinerary, Mr. E. Farrow, 24th of October, 2022. Depart 1700 hours. Check-in time 2 hours before departure. Length of flight 4 hours.
1600 plus. Hold on. 16 plus. Not 60, 70. Um, I think 9 p.m.
It could be 9
Yeah,
o'clock.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Because 1700 is, let me see. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they'll be around 5 o'clock. They leave in the length of flight. They actually reaching there at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So
That
27.
Joe, if you read one.
Jovi don't vanish. Yeah, it wish it there. She gone.
Yeah, Joe, we get out.
That is fast.
Like,
All right. Kid and read 27.
Which of the following person personnel
personnel.
Personnel usually sits to the left of the chairperson during the meeting.
What?
That's not secretary.
Look what is up, Buck. You're back with the
What?
arguments. You still got discuss the 39. What's going on?
I swallowing two pieces of cheese and bread for dinner right now, but okay then there.
Suppose I join. I don't see anything to you.
I will wait on you.
You could forward the link to them other people you tell me about. So I could join too.
Nah, I am. They said they're doing something. They said they're coming just.
He probably studying for tomorrow now.
Yep.
But Kaden say you
I
doing
almost sell them.
so Kaden tell me you doing research and he tell me he's up to the an invoice. This week tell me. You could discuss more though.
Ah. I have to discuss. I hungry, but let me end now eating dinner.
Okay. As well, don't worry me. You could do your business.
Yeah,
Is everything by alright? Generally?
yeah but it's time, buddy.
Oh, he come back.
Right now? Huh?
Oh, Kaden come back. I see he come out there. What you saying, look?
Right now, I get. Almost every day a shipment of boards just come from region one for me and I sell them in town.
Oh, oh, oh.
Mm.
Alright, I think we could start now. Yeah, we done it. We done it.
No, we could start, buddy.
Alright, good. So, Kaden, what you thinking by? What is the evidence you get for the toward the nine?
I I say invoice. I Google how to, and both they had a distinct difference.
Where is it?
Invoice is basically saying right here, so and what is that song? Google back account.
Statement of account.
This is also
Do not check the answer now.
Wait,
definition for statement of account.
let me look at it. So it says here, a statement of account is issued by a vendor to a client, detailing all financial transactions that have occurred between the two parties within a specified time period. Does
Good,
it?
good, good. And read the last piece. Wait.
Wait, I
You
go
missed
back.
a big piece there. You missed a big piece there.
All right, let's look at it.
And the remaining balance owed by the customer.
Yes. So let me just look at it. Look at the answer. But it looked more likely because like a statement of account.
Yep.
Yeah.
I check the answer.
It says on which of the following documents should a customer who has credit facilities with a form expect. No, it's only like actually an invoice because look at this, right? Remember it's between a vendor.
Hold on. My file call me. My file call me.
All right.
Okay.
It sounds like an invoice thing.
Yeah, that's what I saying.
Yeah, it's an invoice. Now you move on to 40. We could catch up by the come back.
Mm.
All right, well, this one here. Item 40 refers to the following information which was on the salary slip of an employee. Gross pay, PE, NIS 40, 43.00, pension 33.50. What is the employee's net income?
So what me assume, yeah, forget me.
He said he catch back with you. But for this one, is an invoice loop. It's an invoice.
Alright, good.
So we just have to add, because this is easy. Just gotta add this, add the gross pay, um, add the pay, subtract out of the payee and the NIS and subtract it from the gross pay and pension.
NIS is not this take out money from you.
Yeah, everybody's saying
National,
the NIS. That's why I'm saying.
yeah,
Let
Not everybody. Not
every
everybody.
me see.
National Insurance Security. It's got take out down from gross pay.
Yeah, so the 15, we just added. So it'll be the 1570
Gotta
plus
add up everything and take away NIS. Cause me, what's P?
P as you earn. So there's a deduction too.
Oh, good.
So that'll be the
Just take out part 3. Everything
1603.
take out part 3.
So that'll be
Alright,
16.
but I got a proposition. I got a proposition.
Uh,
The pension thing. When they talk about pension, right?
yeah.
Is that a deduction from the salary? So the pension fund that the government does pay you?
No, pension is always received when you're 65 and above. Like old people
No,
pension.
this is the thing. This is the thing. Because you could also pay a small fee out of your salary towards your pension fund, but it's something like a trust fund. But I don't know if it applies here. This is what I'm asking.
Well, at
So,
least
anyways,
we try to calculate it. We add up the gross pay and the pension and subtract from payee because it's pay as you earn and the NIS and we see we get. So let me see. So there's the 115 plus the 43 and that'll give us that'll be 158. Yeah, I guess could calculate and tell me how we are getting. But we not getting no calculator when in this exam though.
no problem.
No problem. There's not no big calculation.
It's
Either
getting
me or you supposed to don't know we add more than that out we had while we doing business.
Business.
I getting it's supposed to be like around B 14 point 1 14 12.00 on Shafar, yeah. B. At least what I getting.
They add up part 3 and subtract
Yeah.
P, NIS.
Yeah.
But right now I get a little thing in here because you can't add them thing while you there. What you can't add them thing with calculator while you there in a Zoom call, and I can't find my calculator.
Wait, let pull up new just
Oh, you
make
there
sure.
you there on phone?
Oh my
Why you don't
god.
think it over computer?
Computer dead.
They
What
go
do you think I
charge
do with
over.
charging?
I go add it in WhatsApp. I go add it in WhatsApp.
Yeah, check them something.
Yeah, y'all ignore me for half, you know.
Oh, guys, watch where I get them when I what is it? If when I calculate the PE, the NIS, and the pension subtracted from the 1570, I get in 137, 137, 8.50.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
them wherever we add up, you could get an answer, but so you know which one you gotta add up and where you gotta subtract.
I think look when cooking with gas and he said the pension was a deduction,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's A.
Check
Because
it. Check it.
I'll tell you how going on it. So if you calculate the PE, which is 15 plus the 43, we get in 1455. This we get in we out of the pay and the NIS and the gross pay and the pension out of it, we get in 1455 and me no answer like though. But what the
Right?
calculation? Be it in one for 100 that being in one so like that. Yeah, guys, see now?
Mm-hmm.
So the only answer is A. Alright, for the one.
Aiden, Aiden record them answer no?
Write it down.
Or Joseph, you recorded?
Yeah, recording the answer them now.
Good, good. Just so you're able for mark. Aiden, no
Um
matter.
which of the following services can be obtained through a travel agency? Hotel reservation. Um yeah, it's I and I. Purchase of airline tickets and hotel reservations.
Yep, 1 and 2.
Yeah,
One and
one and
two.
two. This one here, boy.
What is
Items.
that?
There's like one. No. Items
It's
for
a
the
digital clock.
yeah.
Huh?
1525. Just think simple, y'all. Yeah, say ha ha for.
All
Me
right,
ain't even
items.
read it, dog. Me ain't
The
even
time.
read
No,
it.
we just like like yeah. This is just you just set up out the instinct.
It's a digital clock.
Yes, he knows a digital clock. The time displayed
It's literally 3:25 p.m.
3:20. Yeah,
Yeah, it's 3:05 p.m.
p.m.
Everything else for this man pass, and this man said, huh, a clock. Oh, bad.
And it's instinct, boy.
See?
A clock.
No, because when I look at it, right, I was thinking between the 3:25 p.m. and the 3:25 a.m. So it's like, this I said to myself. I was studying
It's a
between the
20,
p.m. and the a.m.
it's a 24-hour clock.
All right. Look, read for the tree.
Yeah.
Hold on. Part 3. There is a growing feeling among staff that concerns over their general welfare are being overlooked. Somebody let's read to write the questions. Are being overlooked by management. What is the first action that the staff should take in an effort to improve the situation? The staff taking the industrial request to meeting with the human resource.
Yeah,
With the
request a
over.
meeting with the human resource department because remember
Yeah,
them
it's
is
B, it's B.
yeah, be easy. Who is that? Adam? Welcome by. Good night.
Script.
Yo.
There's a script,
Who is that?
Adam.
Adamar?
For me, yourself, not. Yo.
Okay, now bye.
Alright, Almar, since you just come, you gotta read 5 4.
Yeah, I'll
Who?
update you, man. We're working the 2025 January paper one.
And COD, Call of Duty. No!
The hell?
That looks like the one last week to hit if I read the dog.
But
I
it's
would see
cash
Call
on
of
delivery,
Duty
but
right
it's
away.
cash on delivery. I know it's one, but it's cash on delivery. See the cash on delivery. But look
By the
at
time I see that, I would see Call of Duty
but
dog.
look how Dorothy and Dewey. What they say? What should I put COD like cash on delivery, cash on deposit on all these things for me. You
As
look
a system for selling goods.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I would
The thing
give me
was-
my anymore the one, dog.
The thing
See,
about me head, dog.
Same dog. Me, I would have seen Call of Duty and don't give up from there.
wait, give me a second.
Anyways, Almar,
Yo.
you gotta read part 5, right?
Wait, give me a minute.
Oh, part 5.
Just to make sure what it says here. Let me see.
Alive, baby.
Watch what they say. Watch what Call of Duty. What Call of Duty did it?
Call of Duty, see what
Should
I
Duty as the answer. It's ridiculous and cash on delivery. But
I
anyways,
tell you.
Call of Duty.
Cash
Cash
on
on-
delivery.
It's cash and
Yeah.
and Call of Duty. That's what I see from doing it.
You see, I tell you, Call of Duty, I would have seen that thing the right away.
Anyways.
Yeah, Almar, part 5.
45. Referring to the following information extracted from Mr. I don't know how to pronounce the name. Time card for the week ending 25th of October 2024. Normal, yeah. What we gotta do is was the overtime. So basically,
Oh, scores. I gotta get pencil for do the bike.
But it's 1/3 of
Time
5.
to
It's
knock
1/3 of
off
5.
double time.
I'll tell you how. Right? So
Yeah.
I'll show you how going down. So 30
no.
30 times the 10. There is how much? There is
300.
300, right? No wait, I gotta check it back. But the and plus the 15. Wait, no wait.
Wait, you just got add 3 times 20 and 5 times 15?
Wait, I think it's from the answer getting here. Can I watch a video on how to do this thing? And the answer supposed to be between 1 to 5. It can't be more than that.
Joseph,
Yeah.
Joseph had 5 times 15 and 3 times 20.
5 times
Yeah,
15,
kid and right, kid and right.
15 and 3 times 20. What are you getting for the overall answer?
A good question.
Wait. Hold on. Kid, I think you're wrong. No, kid and right.
Yeah, the 1 to 5. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Scrape it. Alright, next one.
Because remember, it's only
Just,
for
just ask the
it's only for
overtime
the
if I
overtime you
had
calculate. And yeah,
5.
yeah, the maths, yeah.
5. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the maths, yeah. Anyways,
Well, no.
um, Kaden, you read nothing in a little while. Read 4 to 6.
Item for the 6 and for the 7 refer to the following table, which shows the sales made by Omata.
Ometo,
John for the
Ometo.
I just said John for the following month of December 2022. C Forbes, B Banhana, and V Smart.
Meta John.
Let me see what commission did Ometo John receive from sales made to C Forbes?
4,000.
Yeah, 4,000.
Wait,
You know, we get it. We
10%
just
support.
calculate 10% from the C Forbes, and you get the 4,000.
wait, go back. It's something. Note. Ometer receive
No, this
monthly salary.
no
10% commission.
no. If you look at further 7, what is Ometo John's salary at the end of December? We gotta use information here. You understand?
Oh, 10% commission on.
So
Alright, so what I'll do, you take 20,000, right? Put it on her now. Add up all the monthly sales and find 30% to it.
40?
wait.
Try it, just try it.
No, look, I know. I look at this, right? If you calculate 10%, because remember, she's getting 10% commission on everybody. So you calculate 10% from monthly sales from C Forbes, B Mahano, B Smart, and the 20,000 plus the 10% commission, like the $22,000. You calculate the 10% out of all these figures here. You add it together plus the 22,000 with the 10% commission. You supposed to get your answer.
All right, Eminem.
Let's just wrap in there, boy. No, because the maths coming into play. Yeah, boy.
We understand nothing, right?
But what is it,
Joseph,
right?
Joseph, in simple terms, 10% of each one is salary, one at a time, and then you add them up with the 20,000. Nado?
Yeah.
You're good. I just simple the third.
All right. Let's see. 4,000. All right. This thing not between here.
4,000, 5,300, and 3,000 plus 20,000. 4 and 3 gonna be 7,000, 7,000 plus 5,300 gonna be 12,500, 12,500 plus 20,000. I'm gonna give you 2,300. Check and see.
Yeah.
There's one yen,
No.
so
Let's see.
let's
Yeah.
see.
Yeah. See. 2,300.
Ahead.
All right. Good. I read 48. Which of the following bank accounts must be kept for a stipulated period of time before money can be withdrawn from it? Savings, checking, joint account, fixed deposit.
I got for some fixed deposit. I know you could take out thing out the savings and check. By joint accounts, you could take out thing to once you got both party consent.
I didn't even read the question.
We never read. I just said we.
Which of the following bank accounts must be kept for a stipulated period of time before money can be withdrawn? Joint account, checking account, savings account. We answer.
Fixed
Fixed
deposit.
deposit. Savings is like just what you used to do for UC business. You could take out money right away. Checking account is like I can't remember directly is what I can explain it. And joint account, joint current is like two person, like them married people.
Fixed deposit.
Everybody in agreement?
Is either D or A?
E is just like what you UC business. You could take out money right away.
Not, E is out.
No. Yeah, basically. It can be checking and it can be joint current.
You only
It
answer
can be D.
D.
Fixed deposit.
Obviously, you up to 49. But you never done already, right? An audit system is used to computerize accounting to record accounting procedures in the daily checking of accounting records for the periodic checking of accounting records. What is an audit system?
An audit.
You want to check it up or?
I think it's B.
I gonna say B to the white girl in mind.
Wait,
I gonna be the only script and I go say D.
wait, let check what's the audit system.
Reason I said B because audit is when like the main company coming for check on them branches.
Let's see. Audit systems are essential frameworks that organizations use to ensure compliance, management risk, and improve operational efficiency through systematic elevation. What the hell is this? Is yeah, enough type of audits, honestly.
Alright, go back to the question. Go back to the question.
Let's see, let's see. What y'all thinking, eh?
I still said B.
It's D.
In the daily checking of accounting records. I don't
It's
think
D. Dark.
for the periodic checking of accounting records. I don't think it's periodic. I think it's like it's used all the time.
Check the answer then. Check the answer.
Wait, we check
Hey,
it.
you got the answer sheet?
Now I get the answer sheet.
Where?
They just know.
Oh.
Oh.
Come on.
It's to record accounting procedures. These is the answer getting from this thing I get here.
Goodbye.
Oh. Keep going.
Alright,
Please be
50.
touch.
Which of the following computer software application is best suited for an accounting department? Spreadsheet, man. This is easy. This is Excel.
Spreadsheet.
Oh my God, no.
Excel. Excel immediately.
I almost said PowerPoint.
PowerPoint? Oh my
Oh
lord.
my god.
You thinking,
You want
by
the idea, bro?
My god.
I glad me bet for you for CXC, but you what?
Oh, mom. That's it.
the hell? Anyways,
Error or something. This refers to like errors. But what we mean by the
Abbreviation
Smoking on
E-
something?
no
Wait.
E and E. Oh, E. Hold on, wait.
no,
Like
this
a
it means
robot.
like the supplier could make changes or alter the amount payable if it's not accurate. So the best answer
Oh,
there's
yeah,
like
basically errors.
they could basically alter the information or alter the payments if the information is incorrect.
Oh, Lord. You see, me don't.
so bad.
Yeah, who
You
said
didn't
that?
even read. I see something on grass on my camera in my house here.
So bad.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
who's
the
a
previous.
zombie, right? Who's a zombie nga ba ka ba? No, not Sanya. Sorry.
Kanaimo. Keep going.
Kanima.
Maybe just check
Yeah,
up E
continue.
anyway. You just check up E anyway. Just make sure.
Ian, we edit and operational edit.
Errors and
What?
omission accepted. Listen to that. Because it says this is
Yeah,
the phrase.
me don't.
Well, you might right, but it says it is a phrase used to limit legal liability, potentially incorrect or incomplete information provided in documents such as contract or invoices. Yeah.
Alright, ball.
All right. Done
You
everything.
don't. You see, that's a crumble.
52. All right. Somebody read 52.
Item 52 refers to the information given in the following table. Manila folders, maximum stock 100, minimum stock 25, existing stock 35, quantity required. How many folders should be ordered to maintain a stock at its maximum level?
Yeah,
How
guys.
many?
25%.
25 plus 35 minus from 100.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, 6 or 5. Wait. Make sure it's right. Wait, what y'all guys get? Let me make sure.
25 plus 35. Take away. Oh, me calculating that. That's great.
That would be 40.
25 and 35?
Hey, go back a little bit. I can't see things. Minimum stock existing stock. Quantity
Oh, this
requirement.
is the minimum stock. This existing stock is 6 to 5.
Yeah,
Yeah,
6 of 5.
65.
And
6 of 5.
that is great thing going on.
Jaden,
Yeah, next one.
elaborate over yellow by.
Yeah.
Elaborate.
Maximum stock is 100. The minimum stock we could go to is 25. So that's the lowest, and toward the five is how much that you got.
Mm-hmm. Oh, understand we now. Understand we now. All right, 53. Document which gives a description of items offered for sale is order, inquiry, catalog, quotation.
Uh, yeah. But
Huh?
let me
The
know guess like
document which gives a description of the item offered for sale.
I go with the inquiry, but I
Not
go for
quotation
No, it's
or it's order.
catalog.
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 Yeah, it's catalog. It's catalog.
In case anything,
Yeah.
Catalog.
we just
The
look.
one would have to be a guess to me.
Nah, I can remember though. Me as learning.
Make sure. A complete list of items, typically one in alphabetical order. Yes, this.
Check business definition. Just put business at the end. Business definition. Good.
Script. I don't.
A business catalog is a document that contains a list of items in alphabetical or synchronized order. About new products or business line, many business this is a long thing, man. Oh, what it? Many business providing goods and services usually use catalog in their marketing. So it's like a way of actually is used for marketing. So when we think of marketing, we think of immediately promoting the goods. So yes, it's a catalog. 54. Look, read
Oh,
Man,
54.
yeah, like the
Oh,
camera went squinting me eye, and I didn't know you could have put your phone horizontal.
that's crazy. It's a real script.
the stock taking report shows that an item that is Joseph, move your little mouse thing now. Yeah. Shows that the item is unpopular with customers. Which of the following actions should be taken?
I and I.
I and I. Nah, because if you
There's
store
some
the item for another season,
Two and
there's
three.
just a
Two and
two
three.
and
loss.
three. Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
two
no,
and
no. I
three.
read the bottom.
Two
When
and
I
three.
see more than I said, oh God.
Because if you store it for another season, you losing money then. Um, 55. Which of the following departments should prepare a quotation response to an inquiry? Using this term a lot.
Oh,
Sales.
Yeah,
yeah,
shields.
all right, but like I cut my mouth.
Yeah, it's like seals. Which of the following departments should prepare a quotation in response to an inquiry? Yeah, the
There's a
seals.
POA question, buddy.
Yeah, there's like a
They bring it, but it is OA, but POA.
it's like we gotta do some calculation for the six. The factory office has an order for 6 dresses. Material costs 800, labor costs 750, and overhead costs 250 for the 6 dresses. Six dresses. What is the cost of one dress? Just gotta add up these and
Okay.
subtract it from the six. Divide it from the six.
1800 divided by 6 is not 300 B.
Yeah, I got in 300 though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brain gonna function like this in maths paper too, but yeah.
But me brain ain't functioning. But it function.
Alright. Adama, read 57.
A planning master for the operations office includes details of the training process, production process, distribution process, stocks record levels. Record level, sorry. Yeah.
A planning master for the operations office includes the details for production.
When I think of
Operation.
when I think of the operation department, think of production because remember,
Production.
yeah, production process. Because if you're gonna do operations, I mean you're producing something. You not be operating something if you're making something. At least in my opinion.
I agree.
Alright, so 58. Um, items for the
So this
58 refers to the following information: month, Jan, February, May, 15. I don't even need to do that. That's just so weird. At $5, 15 at $30, May 20th issues. Calculate the cost of the
Last
closing
question.
stock at the end of May using the LIFO method. We gotta use your brains on
Oh,
this one.
so last in first out. So the last one in.
That's them for
Alright, people.
Landog. Wait, let me open my first.
Maybe we gotta discuss that Torah 9, but we gotta do more discussion on this, eh?
Come on. Alright, let me go by.
Wait. We wait for Kaden. Kaden join.
So you and this guy's in 37.
We went to Torah
You don't
9.
get it.
We finish off this paper we call tonight, by. We gotta
But I can
discuss.
walk. I can walk. We can push.
What for you think? If you push one more year we call it tonight.
What?
Hey, kid, push it, dog. You gotta push it, dog.
Push out this year and call it a night.
I just
Buy
gonna
the game.
wash your
Come on,
face.
dog.
But we gotta
So
discuss
we
this
must
one.
get good.
We gotta
We must get
discuss.
the great one.
We gotta discuss this one because we gotta try for at least your 50 right. 50 right in the exam.
When I check back to I just POB, I get like 54, 55 right. I was like, thank God.
You gonna get 55 or something for the paper one. I think I remember exactly 56 or something.
But me and POB, nah, me can't damn fight. Me can't damn fight. Me can't. We had agreement.
All right, so far good turn. Yeah, we discussed a bit more on this one. We get this one.
Yeah, discuss this shit. Me understand this.
It's still PM, so there's only 1 hour. What? 7:30, 8. What? I'm still come. Oh, wait.
Oh, I see it now.
What revelation? Yeah.
Wait.
I just see it.
How you seen it and I ain't seen it?
I see it from the first one, right? Watch a rifle 425.
Yeah, 425.
Circle off though and 330.
All right, give me a second.
So them two is the two you gotta use.
Which one?
425 and 730.
We gonna see.
The departure from this place is and arrive.
Wait, let's check it.
They land at Barbados, right? And
Yeah. No, we've seen it
departure
real.
again at 7:30.
Yeah, no, we've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we see the maths. Now we see what you're on there. You look at it, because it said it will stop in A and U. There is departure that's A and U is 7:30 on the way. Jamaica keying in from Barbados, which is he and he. A and U here and A and U here. Yeah, guys, you in on there?
Yes, you in man.
Look there. A and U. Yeah, so the maths, you know. Yeah, that's how you gotta know. Alright, 40. Some firms offer a program which aims to assist new employees in becoming familiar with their jobs. This program is referred to as
recruitment
and induction.
Yeah,
Induction.
which
What
one?
is
Fort,
it?
right?
What is
Yeah,
an
induction.
induction?
Induction.
What is an induction?
Yes, no. The local dog.
Let me just make sure. I just want to know what's an induction first.
Plus, also, Joseph, you say you are going to teach some class also.
There's still
1 o'clock now.
12:30 or 1:30. Not there's still 12 o'clock. Yeah, 12:30.
This just now was done 12:02.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. The definition. An induction program is a process used with many business to welcome new employees to the company and prepare them for the new job. Yeah, that's what induction is.
Good. Great.
All right, for the one now. Which of the following procedures should be used for the distribution of a purchase order?
Uh, uh,
For the distribution of a purchase order, send the top copy to the supplier. Put a carbon
I think
copy.
1, 2, and 3.
Yeah,
all three, all three.
yeah, all three. For the two. An employee works for 30 hours per week at a rate of $10 per hour. If he pays 8% of his gross pay, then his net wage is
10 times 30 is 300, 8% of 300.
I get
14,
in B.
300 over 1 times 8 over 100.
I think it's B.
Yeah, I get in B. I get in B.
Yes, B is B.
All right, for the three. Kirin Categories Limited has received its first bank statement for the year. Karin, the owner, notices two columns of figures which indicates monies deposited and withdrawn. These columns
Debit
are
and
called,
credit.
yeah, debit and credit. It's easy. Money going
Not
out, money
credit.
going out. Yeah,
Just remember, anytime they talk about two columns, is debit and credit.
yeah,
This is how I come up with it. Two columns is debit and credit.
yeah. I could
Inside a
immediately say that
cash.
though.
Yeah. Next question.
So, requests from raw materials at a company are usually very tardy. To which manager should a clerk direct a complaint about the lateness of these requests? D.
Human resource management.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
Human
Listening like it's just
resource.
human resource, human resource.
Requests for raw materials at a company are usually very tardy. To which manager should the clerk direct a complaint about the latest? The latest? It could be the purchases manager.
Wait. Oh, wait. Request for raw material.
It's like you're buying something. It's not like when oh my god. Oh yeah, you gotta complain to the purchasers, you know what I'm saying, manager, because the thing coming late because the person. Oh my god. Somebody please explain what I'm
I
saying.
think, yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I think it might be purchase manager too.
Because remember, is you getting the raw materials, but you come in late, and you can't complain to humans resource.
It's deal
Oh,
with
they
the
deal with
company
conflict
with
between the
Deal with the
employee and
welfare of
employee. Yeah.
employees. Deal with the welfare of employees.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
believe yeah, most likely purchases.
purchasing.
Oh God, I sound like a businessman, that kid. And oh God,
Good by mini read the thing good dog.
you gotta read it, but it's like, wait, what? Human resources gotta deal with raw materials? All right,
Alright.
next question, Joseph.
At the beginning of the year, a firm employs 50%. During the year, 10 of these persons leave the firm. Which of the following represents the labor turnover? This
10 divided,
be like
10
a
divided by 50 times 100 over.
what is how much you said? How much percent?
20%.
10 of these.
It'd be 20%. 20%. Fast calculations. 10 over 50 and times 100 over 1 equal to 100 over 5. No, you remember I take with the two zeros, cancel
Wait,
out
wait,
zero.
let me make sure. I think of a calculator.
Do the calculations, Joseph. 10 over
20%.
50. For 10 years, 50 persons, firms employ 50 persons. So like 10 years, so it's 10 over 50 times 100 over 1, because you're looking for the percentage, which
That's
is
right. Here was a fast way of getting these things once you see these numbers like this is so. If it's like 10% of 100 is 10, right? And then if you divide it, you're saying you have 50, the 10% of 50 could be 20.
yeah, 20.
Yeah, 20%.
Fast Why me and you gonna fight for this match? And oh God, what's this?
No, no, it's just you know, just so you know the
Oh no,
pay.
this is what.
Actually,
This is
the
the
answer just for you know the pay and stuff like that. You gotta calculate nothing. All right, somebody read for the six, part seven.
the
The person
person,
gets it.
Mr. Bruce Hall, to whom the check is made out, is called the payee. I sound gay, don't do? But yeah,
Yo.
Let me see. Banker. Yeah, P. What the hell the P? That make no sense. Make no sense there.
who's the payer?
That's why you want to know. You know, P there. Anyways, 47. On 2nd October 2021, Mr. Hall attempted to cash the check above at his bank, Savings Bank Ltd. His request was denied because it was a cross check. I believe it
Cross
looked like
check,
a
yeah.
D. Yeah.
Huh?
D is a cross check.
And Mario want to explain to Katie going on it.
Explain me understand again.
I can't explain myself. I just know it's a cross check because just really understand like
Remember, right? For cross check to be approved, it needs to be so what is it? On October 2nd or 2nd October 2021, Mr. Hall attempted to cash a check above at his bank Savings Bank Ltd. His request was denied because for a cross check to be permitted, it need to be permitted by basically both parties. And he alone basically got to the bank. So
Oh.
it was a cross check. Usually in a cross check you get two
Wait,
parties.
go back to the thing. Go back to the thing.
What B Hall and you get
Oh.
John Will Pierre.
Oh. Yeah, I understand.
And he signed it. If you could look here. He signed nothing. The document which gives a description of items offered for sale is
the catalog.
Catalog, the question thing.
Repeats.
Yeah.
Yeah, this repeat from I think this is which one? 2024, right?
Yeah.
2024?
Like 5.
Yeah, 2025. Part 49. Weird 49. The total minimum level on a stock card refers to the lowest balance of stock allowed, amount allowed to the manager, smallest batch that can be bought, the least amount of stock a business can afford. I believe it's A. Lowest bank.
It's A.
Yeah,
Lowest
A.
balance of stock allowed.
Yeah. Well, you done this thing fast, like what? 51, 50 and 51 refer to the following documents. What is the 20% of overhead charge?
Our overhead charge there.
Okay, 600 plus 250 plus 60. What? Am I confuffled? Oh,
What's 20% of the charge?
just now wait. Let me do my calculations.
What's overhead charge though?
Literally, just take a look. Overhead charge. Let me see. Overhead charges are indirect costs necessary for running a business. So they're saying. Oh, so you basically have to add up all these things and then calculate the overhead charge, which is the 20%, and then you get supposed the answer.
So,
20% of the total.
Yeah.
600 plus 250 plus 60 plus 200. They're gonna be equal to 1,110. So
Yeah, that's what you get there.
20% though.
and let me see.
I get 222. I get 222. Get 222.
I get 222. The answer is 222.
222. Yeah, 222.
Why my calculation so slow?
The total cost of the job is this is the same one. 1,110.
So 1,110 plus 222 when you go to
There's 1,100.
1332.
There's BD.
Is D.
Yeah.
1,000.
Because there's the cost from all of this plus the overhead charges is 222, and you get the 1,332. So 52. Which of the following documents issued by the petty cashier as a record of purchase and issue of cash to a member of staff?
What? Read about?
Which of the following documents issued by the petty cashier as a record of purchase and issue of cash to a member of staff?
Not an invoice at least. So
Not a statement.
it's not like a voucher.
It can be a cash
Like
voice and it can be an invoice. I think it's a voucher.
Voucher.
yeah. That look more suitable for the record of purchase.
Which of the
Yeah.
following document is issued by the petty cashier as a record of purchase and issued of the cash to a member of staff? I think
Yeah,
I
a
think it'll be
voucher.
a
It's voucher.
Yeah, voucher. Let's see. Assuming that there are no further transaction, what would be the opening balance on the account on 4th February? For
You
sub.
Uh,
got
Oh,
add up
accounts?
the debit,
And then sub. Let me see.
add up the debits and subtract the credits. Let me see.
something like that. There's accounts. So accounts in this thing now.
Yeah, I just like want after your
No,
OE,
like,
just like POA.
wait. From what I'm looking at, I get a guy who will get 155. I just check a thing and I get 155, which is B.
Yeah, it's 155.
Oh, we get that though, but I seen yet 155, but we get on.
150 take away hold on, what? Am I confuzzled again?
150 plus 5 plus 200 minus 140 plus 50 plus 10. That's 200.
200, 150 take away.
Yeah, it's just a thing. Add the credit plus the balance, subtract from the debit.
Yeah, you get one 55. Give me a
Easy
second.
marks.
Alright, guys, give me a couple minutes.
Easy marks, kid.
That's the easy marks.
Trust me.
Question 54. The term recorder level is used
Alright, got
for good.
the term reorder level is used for requisition when the stock level reaches its lowest point. Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's A.
Yeah, reorder level. All right, wait, 55. Which of the following types of discount is given specifically for prompt settlement of an account within a given period?
Cash discount.
I gotta read back the questions.
Nah, you go fast down and I just said cash discount. I don't know.
Wait,
I gotta read back the
Read it
question.
out.
Which of
Sorry,
the
read it out, sorry.
following types of discount is given specifically for prompt settlement of an account within a given period?
Cash discount.
No, I think
Yeah,
it's bulk discount, at least for me.
I
Because
mean,
look at this. Let's show you
I
something.
understand.
Wait, let's
I
show you.
understand. None.
So, like, if you know
Infirm.
if you owe somebody, right? What they say, bulk discounts, also known as volume discount, are price reduction of the customers who purchase large quantities of product. It no, like a this look like it's sus. Yeah, probably cash discount. Yeah, cash.
The buy.
Y'all know what's reorder level though?
Nah. Good.
No.
Good.
Wait, that should put up. Yeah, Afghanistan.
When the stock level reaches its lowest point.
The reorder level is the inventory level at which a new order should be placed to replenish stock before it runs out. Yes, or critically inventory management. This is basically at its lowest level before it run out. So yeah. So cash discount. I'm gonna read 56. This one
It was right? Okay. Which is the best method of processing inventory data? Electronic. See.
Easy.
Yeah,
Item
try this.
57 refers to the following clock card, which shows the times of arrival and departure for an employee. Note: the clock cards
So-
make no provision for lunch from Monday to Friday.
You gotta add up how many hours? So like from
In
7:30 to 4:30 gonna be 9 hours. 7:30
1,
to
2,
6:30 is
Yes,
11.
4.
8 o'clock to 6 o'clock. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is 10. 7:30 to 4:30 is 9, and the other one is 9 too. So in all the total, right there anything, Joseph.
Yeah, put it up.
9, 11, 10, 9, 9.
What is the last one? 7:30, 4:30?
Yeah,
that'd be 9.
7:30, 4:30.
No, no, be
9,
9 too.
9.
Yeah.
10, 11,
Also
He,
gonna be 9.
12,
he just put this up on
And no, Tuesday's 11.
Tuesday. Let me see.
9, 9.
7, 8, 9, 10,
Wait, wait.
11,
Yeah.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. So 17 is 11, yeah.
See,
From
9
7:30
plus.
to 6 is 11.
Yeah, 11.
And they're gonna be 48. I mean, you got out of all to get the hours he spent.
9, 10, 11, 12, 1.
We are getting 48.
I have 48.
6, 8. The one is 9.
Which
And the
one?
11 is 9. It's 10, I mean, it's 10, 10.
It's 10.
Nah,
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
10.
48. 48. Yeah. Yes,
I was like,
correct.
no,
what?
it's 10.
Wait.
The
The one
calculate.
on the 11 is 10.
Yeah, 48.
So if anytime you see a clock card, yeah, I don't know if it's supposed to done though.
Yeah,
Easy work.
this is easy work. Boy.
Hmm.
Easy work though.
All right, you see this one here. What is the benefit of having insurance coverage during the transportation of goods?
The
Compensates the business.
compensate.
Compensates the business
It,
portion in the case of I don't see this.
yeah.
Technically.
Because like what insured goods that are not stolen? That make no sense. And
Prevents
prevent
the driver
accidents
from selling the
with
goods.
parts.
But
Yeah. Hey, but it's immediately a
Nah,
boy.
you got real stupid parts of the
Yeah.
question like no.
It's like one no, this is like impossible to get around. Um 59. It's not really 59.
a
I'm not
manifest is a document which shows a listing of travelers on board a vessel, a summary of cargo a vessel is carrying out, a cost of insurance and freight of the goods on board a
I,
vessel.
I gonna say B
Yes, it's
because
B.
is it
It's actually B, you
B?
know.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, because it's too eliminated
Man,
already.
you
What is a manifest?
A manifest is basically like a
manifest
summary of all the cargo that a vessel carries. Let me show you. Show you an example.
like this class.
That's the class.
I love the class.
It's not a class. We just understanding and Google helping.
Bye bye. This is the last question for real.
Are you done here? We're done, man.
Second to
It's a
last.
crucial document shaping that
Bye,
serves. And just
I
keep
feel like
this.
the speed run.
It is a consolidated list of all cargo on board, yeah. Yeah, so that is it.
Yeah.
Alright, last one already, right? See, this one is easy. This look easy. P Hawk as a manufacturing business is raw materials in 1900 rates and rent total 2000 and factory wages amount to 250. You just got add all of this and subtract it from each 640. It's easy.
The number of units produced is 640.
Just add
What
up.
is the
10.
what is the per cost unit?
I get $10.
Let me see. I get $10 then.
1900.
Yeah, I get $10. I get 64,000 after calculate 6,400 from calculating the 19,000, the 2,000 here, and the 2,500, and I get if you divide it by 640, you get 10.
I start doing it. By the moment, that's gonna be calculated. This thing by me. Never
Nah, but
fight.
they're not give you calculator, but this madness. But I don't think they give you calculations are hard because like this is easy work because they only give you time and they give you questions like this. Is all I see. This is all I see
By
from.
and I when I see
We done this in like a half an hour.
Yeah, we done this
this class,
fast,
by
boy.
me, and you know what we could relax in class.
Oh, we done this fast, boy.
Next one, by I can speed run 3 papers right now.
Hey, the man got beat out my class to teach, you know.
Yeah.
Plus I gotta go hold up fresh. It's getting feel sticky.
Hear about this. What y'all guys think about sleeping, waking up at 4:30 and going back again?
Oh yeah, you won't get to me for do though. I don't wake up so early.
I think about 5 then. 5. That's about one more
Dog,
year.
anything under 8 dog. I
Anything
can't
below 8.
wake up dog.
So how do we do it? Let me see. What?
Anything under 8 o'clock.
What is?
dog,
I could
can't
cancel it,
make
guys.
dog.
I could cancel it. I could cancel it for
Don't
today.
cancel. I gonna do your thing, yeah. I'm gonna hold up fresh dog.
I just pink by.
Anything, let me see, just feel sweaty.
Oh, by he run the paper by get some wrong, you know?
All right. Lee call it
Just to
tonight,
state
man.
on the paper.
Lee call it tonight. We're gonna
Alright.
walk 2025 and 2024. There's the latest. There's the latest years.
Eh,
All right, Lee call it.
I scraped in this. I scraped in a grade two, grade one by.
trust.
All right, everybody.
Scrape.
Adios, adios.
Don't know it all.
Yeah.
I did one time, but I couldn't get for join.
All right. We walk.
When I for my phone and my computer went till
We walk up to 40 or 30, and then we take close to 30 minutes. We take a break, and we now walk with the whole people.
I done the 60 and done, yeah.
You want? You could think you could do it.
Walk it,
All right,
walk
good.
straight through.
All right, good. All right, good. So let me start.
Them,
Anyways,
and people must think if we 30 minutes break when we doing exam.
nah, but it's just we body. So I want push nobody too hard and they say they're tired and stuff like that.
I love them people, man.
All right, so let me go with the
I gotta do
question.
it, I gotta do.
Which of the following this thing looking into small this thing. Which of the following documents provide information on the lines of authority in a company? What are you thinking there? Okay, if you look at it, job description, they've been related. List of directors,
That
the directors report, no, they're unrelated. So the only answer you're thinking, I thinking is D. Like, the only answer I've seen here. Yeah, the only related answer I've seen is D.
it just say the
B?
organizational chart.
Oh, D. D. Yes, it's D.
Here,
Yeah, because a fact checking myself once answering it, a fact checking myself so we could make sure we answer nothing wrong.
I don't know. I guess so.
All right, good. So there's two. We got on to two. Dissemination. You know what's dissemination? Yeah. Go on there. Keep up. Quiet now. All right, good kid. And I just getting disconnected. I know what happened there, but the thing just disconnected. And then just disconnect from me.
Like how would me and never hear you cranking out, make I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
turn off me game.
Yeah, it gone off. But anyways, with the back, it just cut off because
Game right in the background that just storming the internet.
yeah, I went little far. I went a little far. I went like extremely far because I went over the coast and then Chelsea quite down your voice a little bit. All right, give me a minute, kid. It's trying the document, but it's actually distributing the document. So, anyways, let me just put this over here and let me dig out the tree. Which
No,
of
it was either between. There's either between C or D. Like the first two they get
gathering information? No, that'll be like collecting information. At least to me, the way
Yeah, it was between them two and thinking.
But you're right, though. There's good intuition.
Alright.
Which of the following office layouts allows for easier supervision of staff? Virtual, cellular, open plane, or centralized? What are you thinking? Let's look at virtual first. Virtual is online, so you can't get to see people when you like though. You can't get to supervise them if you're working from home. Cellular is when you're in the office by yourself. Centralized, there's not even an office. The only thing that's a centralized office. So
If I tell you I got for guess C again.
yeah, the only answer here is C. Is the only answer because it's open plane. And
You know, like, I can get faith now, me guessing, skills guessing.
yeah. Like I look at because fact checking myself, but before I fact check myself, I looking answering it from my brains and then looking and then say, all right, this right. Alex and Angie, them supposed to come in tonight. Keon and the source, so they get like 6 week tonight. Alrighty, go on to four. In a sole trader business, the decision regarding what the purchase is usually made by the it's a sole trader. Remember, the sole trader is also known as a proprietor business. So who usually makes the purchases? We get cashier.
Like for
They can be
like
the cashier.
purchasing manager.
Eh?
If I tell purchasing manager,
I don't think
the
it's poor.
social is a single,
It's a
is one
single business,
person.
right? But remember, the
Yeah,
persons usually employed in a sole trader business is like family and friends and stuff like that. It wouldn't have a purchasing
sometimes.
manager. It won't have really a purchasing manager. I don't, because if you look at it, right, if you think a diagram of it. So we in a sole
Uh-huh.
trader business, this is something called this is the same one with horizontal and vertical. In a sole trader business, it look like this. It look like one thing here with them here with sole trader, and it only get you only get like employees, the sole trader, and then only employees. There's the only people them is in a sole trader business. It's only a cashier, the sole trader, and employees. This is all it's get in a sole trader business. So the only answer in this is a proprietor. The proprietor.
Right.
Yeah, because that is the port. This remember it's them buying everything, right? Because them is the owner. Remember,
Uh-huh.
this is also known as a proprietor business. Proprietor business. All right, so that is it for four. Five. Which of the following attributions should an office clerk possess? Curiosity.
Honesty.
Amen. That's easy, man. That's an easy one. I mean, you move on.
Those are easy ones.
Yeah, that's easy.
Nothing else there. You're supposed that generosity is something you should never have
Generosity. That should be
in a
eliminated
business.
immediately. He's not
Imagine
generous.
you so generous, whole of 50 grand.
Yeah, be mad. Because I would fire anybody with generous be me office clerk immediately. Supposed to be stingy as hell. You can't be
Same.
generous and being an office clerk, man. That making sense. Anyways, we move on to six.
Next one.
Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing an ergonomic design that meets the needs of an employee? Stress level, um, risk injury, performance standard, or personal taste. What are you thinking,
What do you
Nikhil?
mean ergonomic?
Ergonomic is like you know what's ergonomics? Ergonomic is like making the environment, like making the environment suitable to you. When we mean
Oh,
an ergonomic environment, we mean making you comfortable in the environment rather than you having to adapt to the environment. So
that's basically the answer right there. Ergonomic, personal taste.
yes, correct. You're
The
correct. You're
same
correct.
meaning.
You're correct. This is the right answer. It's correct. So yeah, we could move on from though. This one here, I ain't really 100. This one here, we discussing this one, but I ain't really walked this one here yet. Really, item seven.
I thought we could only discuss that with you right now.
All right. Which of the following forms of communication is illustrated above? So we have oral. It can be oral because oral is talking. It cannot. It probably is visual because look at this. We could see the information. We could see the information. I don't think it can be written and it can be electronic. Is it between electronic or visual? At least in me.
Or visual.
Yeah, I believe it's visual.
Uh,
Wait, let me check.
yeah, to me, I believe it's visual too.
Yes, it's
You
visual.
can like copy the picture, put in ChatGPT,
Wait, let me see. Let me see. I try it.
and see if what it would give you, and then tonight you could ask or
I'll copy it and we check.
try and put it in
I'll
your
check it
brain.
back. I'll check it back. But for now, it's
I'm
visual.
like, well, just now you put this mango in the fridge. I make too much.
Wait, you eating mango pickle right now?
I was like,
Oh my god, literally.
listen,
That's a good thing.
I tell you when I'm going to pick mango, it's the mango I pick.
Oh my god.
Next one.
All right. A small package containing important documents is to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean island. Which mailing service would be most suitable? Standard, recorded, first class. They'll be ready to start. It, the BD. because it's a small package, right? It cannot be standard because there's domestic, there's people moving. You know, you get domestic class of flight. You know, you have like domestic class of flight.
Yeah.
So that is what standard is. Recorded is just literally recording information, and force class this what do with flight. So this the A and C out immediately.
Joseph.
Eh.
Wait. Yeah. Alright, continue talking.
So A and C out immediately. These two out immediately. So the only answer that we get left back with there is registered.
Registered.
Registered mail-in service.
I go for the forest class
Oh, oh. Because
because
force
it's
class is like with
important.
them rich people moving in airplanes, man.
Yeah, yeah, right. But because it's important, make I go for the forest class.
Yeah. But yeah, thing because I boys is always it'll try to eliminate the answers that I know wouldn't be the answer, like or being like not be it. Even if like if I understand the concept question like 100%, I would just eliminate the answers that would 100% not be it. You want to take a nine? You want to read number nine?
I just think it's gonna read it early.
Alright, the memorandum is used to communication within a form, short notes to personal friends, confirmation of business matters, informal communication with clients. We're thinking to this one.
I say E.
Yes, because a memorandum is always like ways sent to people then within the business if you was to think it like though.
Yeah.
So yeah, good.
So like them business meeting and thing.
Yes, there's like for business
Main
meeting.
oh yeah, that's basically EDPM.
Yeah. So they get some with numbers when looking at the documents like this. Let me see. Get one at I'm really 100. I try. We could probably discuss it. This one here, because they want to bring one like this, definitely for the CSEC. Because this is January 2025. They're definitely because you see them. You see in POB, almost everything we did on the stream for POB come back. Everything, almost everything.
Well,
Like 40 questions purely based off the January 2025. So that was a brush stroke. Alrighty, go with 10. A customer inquired about a letter sent to the firm 1 month ago. To determine if the letter was received, the mail clerk should refer to the diary, mail register, postage book, and corresponding digest. You look at the things them that we know that would not be the answer.
that area mailing register. We don't know them truth not yet.
Yeah, mailing register is one way of the mail it like they make sure or they like the mailing register is what is used for like record that this thing actually get received.
Oh.
The postage book, there's like if you're going and send something out, that's what the
Uh-huh.
postage book is, and the corresponding digest, the term even exists.
Yeah, I directly understand what's the
Or like a mail register. Wait, let me see. You could see on the screen, right?
uh-huh.
Alright, let me see something quick. Ting it up. Trying to remove this thing. Just give me a second. So let's see what's a mail register. Let me see. You can see on the screen. You seen everything there.
Area yeah, there.
So it says let me direct definition. Alright,
You
use
should
direct.
you should say what is the mailing register used for?
So it says here, register mail is used for sending valuable items or extremely important and confidential paperwork. Register mail is typically used for packages or mail that absolutely must make it to the addressee and registered. So yeah, that would be the answer for the question if you was to look at it. You see now?
Right? They asked him what she could do.
Yeah,
You
because
understand?
look
Like
look
it's
what.
10 a month ago.
But they said registered. If you just look back at the question, it says a customer inquired about a letter sent that form 1 month ago. To determine if the letter was received, the mail clerk should refer to the mail register. So we could get the idea from though.
What's the postage book?
All right, let me just check it out. We just making sure postage book. I just checking up on this
Mm-hmm.
here. So let me see. Just give me some. I got thingy definition. So it says here, a postage book is a book in which expenditure on postage is recorded. That means the money on the book. But it is a meal. It is used to keep track of the amount of money spent on postage. So thus this would be out.
And that would be out.
So the only answer we get about there is the mail register. Because it can't be diary, it can't be done. It can't and this don't even exist. So the only answer we
Oh,
left
yeah.
with is the mail register. So I know it's a letter of acceptance. It says here a letter of acceptance is sent when yeah, have any idea what is a letter of
Agrees to
acceptance?
take a job offer.
This is easy, no? Letter of acceptance.
Yeah. Where
It
if he agrees to accept, agree.
I think A?
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically
this is it.
straightforward.
Yeah, this is it. The letter of acceptance is when you agree to take up a job.
Yeah, acceptance.
Alright, good. So good so far,
Keyboard.
so good.
That's the fun.
So let me go up to
Alright.
12. Which of the following questions should an applicant avoid asking during an interview? What does the job involve? When will I be given a wage increase? I don't think it's this already. B. Or are there opportunities for promotion? What is the duration of the probationary period? What think well out of these four questions, we think the applicant should avoid asking. You with me, Kaden?
Most likely it would be D
D. No, that this
because
I think this would be safe.
alright, yeah, Grams.
I think is
Yeah,
when will I be given a wage increase?
I
Because
mean
you know
yeah,
going
right. But what is
probationary
probationary is now in
is the amount of is the
like yeah,
period. Is the period of
yeah,
how
not
long?
before the yell, yeah.
Not just thinking. Let's see. Relating to process of testing or observing the character or abilities of a person who is new to the role or job.
Oh, so there definitely is no one then.
No, this is actually a good thing.
We don't. Yeah,
Um,
definitely
probation.
is like B.
It would mainly be like B because you can't be asking for a wage increase and you don't even get the job yet. That's kind of weird.
I mean, not directly weird, but you never know.
Yeah, for everybody because you can't be asking because if the company said they're gonna give you $8,000, you asking for 10,000. That's
When
like
will I be given a wage increase? Like, when would that be happening?
I
I mean,
believe
it's
the
weird,
answer.
right? But it ain't impossible.
No, but you know, isn't it? It's a job interview. You even walk yet? It would be bad.
I do,
Eh?
I do. I said no, but like the how they structure it, it is something impossible.
It doesn't sound bad, but the only answer in this I seen is B because
It's
you
the
know you even get the job yet. You even walk yet and you don't ask him for it.
what does this job involve? But then again, right? If like they see the job on a poster, right, and they know what is the job for, why they asking what does this job involve?
What does this job involve? No,
Like
they might just
you
probably be
gone that interview.
no, that is like a basic. I would ask the question, what do I have to do in this job? What does my job entail or something like that? There's like a question around them line. I believe they'll be okay.
We got number 13.
All right, good. So, which of the following is not a source for information on job opportunities? We have newspaper, trade journals, companies' letters, and encyclopedia.
You know, I want to say. trade journal? It's between trade journal and encyclopedia.
I believe it's encyclopedia. Because if you try to search for a job on encyclopedia, they might probably just give you a definition.
But at the same time, right? Like you could search at like just go on encyclopedia and type in wait. Encyclopedia, why is encyclopedia different from people like
Eh?
the internet?
How is it
How is it different? I know it's different, but I can't remember how.
how is it different from the internet? It's a separate entity
Yeah.
because the internet you could internet has an interweb. An encyclopedia is a singular web. Because you could usually find a lot of websites, but encyclopedia is a website of itself. It's like so one is an interweb and one is just a web.
Oh, what an encyclopedia would be a trade journal. It would normally see people asking for more employees
They just look up the definition just to be safe on trade journals.
in there.
People always want to ask definition. Even give me definition. What the heck? So it says here, trade. This thing give me trade magazines instead of trade journals. Oh, it says here. I get it now. A trade or professional journal is produced for those working in a particular industry or profession. Yeah, so that would pass. That good. This get information on the job on the
So the answer would be encyclopedia.
yeah. So let's move on to 14. Which of the following duties are performed by the records management clerks? Um, Creating the new files for clients, developing sales strategies, locating and distributing files.
Oh, so
I believe this it could pass because records management you got to
yeah,
deal with files for clients.
yeah. The opening files, right? But I watching that number two, developing sales strategy.
That is marketing department. That'll be done like the marketing
Yeah, that's
department.
marketing. So one and three would be
Yeah.
locating and distributing files.
Yeah, I believe it's 1 and 3 too. That's the only answer I see. Alright, 15. In an alphabetical filing system, the name of Mr. T. Smith is filed before Dr. Tom Smith. Which of the following rules were applied? Um, Ladies come before men. There's the done. There's done out. That makes sense. They
Yeah.
make no sense. Like
It's Miss P. Smith, not true, right?
nothing come before something. That's some kind of
No,
weird. This is the only answer I seen because all of these only get two options already. And ladies come before men. There's like a traditional thing rather than actually even an answer. So what are you
Titles
thinking?
are placed at the end but ignored with index. Oh. To me, it would be two and three, but yeah, I really understand two.
Yeah, you
I
understand
said,
too.
me really understand two.
This is something quick. Let's just see something quick on alphabetical filing system. Let me see under a little bit. What they say? Rule one, surname come first. Rule two, alphabetical structure. Rule four, form name filing. Um, I see nothing. It has number spelling, title exclusion, filing order. There's a lot of rules, right?
Is
But
it?
I see they get like 12, 13 rules here. You see that?
Okay.
There's enough with, and I get more. I mean, wait, oh, there's a. How I don't understand the rule. Nothing comes before something. There's like weird. There's like extremely weird.
Because that's I want to know why so what's the form for that?
Let me see. Maybe just put in nothing comes before something. We could probably get something else. Nothing comes before something. Is nothing come before something, right?
Yeah.
All right, good. We see. It says here nothing comes before something is a common and helpful rule for filing that means a space precedes letters or numbers when sequencing filing units. I think you understand what going on there? Meaning that between the names there's usually a space. Like the space like on your computer is per space. There's like a space
Oh,
between it.
T.
There's
Tom is Miss T. Smith and Miss Tom and Miss Dr. Tom Smith.
yeah. So it means I get a space like before you even put you gotta basically indent a bit, then put the person name.
Okay.
Yes, so that's what they're trying to say there. So, but there's like that'll be hard, right? And plus, they'll probably bring rules, and you probably have to remember 12 of the rules probably out your head. It's like weird, right? Because
We never do it in school.
that's why I wanna know. Like, my colleague, give the money, man. Sorry, Jordan has
German.
failed us. Oh gosh. Anyway, let's move on to 16. Filing done through the use of microfilming. Microfilming is valuable for the storage of official records, which are frequently used. Passport size passport of staff members, information which must be kept for years. Customers account from which statements are to be made. This is a repeat question. Is information which must be kept for many years.
Um, what PFA are you doing before you text me?
We been doing Alright everyone, welcome back to the Subscribers channel. It is nice to be back with you for this video. Today we'll be working the OA January 2025 for office administration. So it's nice to be back with you people today. Um, in the case that I will post a link at the end of this video at the bottom in the description below. So we will be having live streams at 9 o'clock tonight. If you are interested by any chance, you can take a look at that live stream. So you could actually come into the live stream, could actually come into the Zoom class. I will post the Zoom number. I will post it if you're interested. You could actually join. I will post it on my channel, and you could join if you're really interested in asking any questions. It's an open forum. You are able to ask questions. So as I said today, we'll be working the OA. We work in the OA 2025 Office Administration. So that's something that I want to really highlight. So without further ado, I believe we could actually start now. So with one here, which of the following document provides information on the lines of authority in a company? That's the organizational chart. It's not job description. Job description gives you the details of what is to be in your job or what you're required to do. The list of directors is totally unrelated, and the directors report are totally unrelated. So the final answer in this instance here is the organizational chart. So we got that out the way. So this answer is the organizational chart. So that is it for question one. Now let's move on to question two. Dissemination of information. Let's look at dissemination. Dissemination basically means that you're actually giving information around to a group of individuals. So dissemination of information in any organization may be classified as ensuring that information is safe or collecting all information in the office. getting information from all departments, distributing information received to all departments, distributing information. So that would be D. So since dissemination is giving information to different personnel and different individuals and actually sharing that information, dissemination is actually giving that information out. So that is what dissemination actually is in our reality. Now let's move on to question three. Which of the following office layouts allows for easier supervision of staff? The answer for this is open plane. In the open plane office, in the virtual office that is online, the cellular office is by yourself, and the centralized office is a totally case scenario. In the open plane office, you usually have your co-workers working beside you in your cubicle. So to say the open plane office allows staff to be able to access you more easier than in the virtual cellular or even centralized office. You're easier. You could basically they have easier accessibility to you because you are not far or you're not in a cellular office. To say. So that's it for three. Let's move on to four. In a sole trader business, the decision regarding what to purchase is usually made by the answer for this would be the proprietor, right? The decision regarding what to purchase is regulated by the proprietor, not the cashier. So because it's a sole trader business, the proprietor is the person that owns the business, and since they don't have a lot to rely on, they don't have a cashier or anything to rely on in general. They have to rely on the proprietor, which is basically the owner of that business, to say. So let's move on to five. Which of the following attributions should an office clerk possess? Honesty. If you're looking at curiosity, they don't really require that. Generosity, because they need to sell a product. Forgiveness, that's something totally unrelated. So let me just put this on the screen. They need to be transparent, parent, in order to promote business incentives and be clear about the standing in the bit of the business. So this is why they need to be honest. They need to be transparent or honest in order to promote business incentives or goals and be clear about the standing of the business. So they should be clear that we're not making a lot of profits and we need to do this. If they're telling the business that they're making profits and in reality they are not making profits, that could lead them to being fired or basically dispatched from that job, to say in a consecutive amount of words. So that is it for six. No, that's it for five. Now let's move on to six. Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing an economical design that meets the needs of an employee? So we have stress level, risk of injury, performance standard. So let's read back the question. I'm gonna zoom in a bit so that you guys could understand fully. So let's answer this question in the best way we can. Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing economical design that meets the needs of an employee? So we have stress level, that could be a reason. Stress level is a reason. Risk of injury is a reason. Performance standard is a reason. The only one that is not a reason or consideration is personal taste. That doesn't make sense in that regard right there. So we are at question six. We are moving with a good pace. So with seven now. Which of the following forms of communication is illustrated above? Visual. We could see the information. It's not oral. They're not talking. They're not writing information. They're actually visualizing that information. So in this case, the answer is the visual information. So with that, we answered item 7. So we're at question 8 now. Which a small package containing important documents to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean island. Which mailing service would be most suitable? And that would be registered, right? Because registered meaning that you're telling the people that you're bringing this amount of goods into the economy or to the country. So packaging is of or packaging containing important documents. That's registration. It cannot be recorded because that's audio. It cannot be first class because that's for people, and it cannot be standard because that's also for people. Another term for standard is domestic or domestic class. They say, but the CSEC usually changes thing differently. So domestic class, which is basically an inference to the people usually taking standard flight invitations, meaning that when you're going to make a flight trip, they have standard class, they have first class, they have second class. That's the basic just of it. And the domestic class or standard is what people usually go with. So that is it for 8. Let's go on to 9. A memorandum is used to communicate within a form. It is usually inclusive of communication within the form, not outside of the form. So in this, for instance, short notes, personal friends. No, it's not related to that. Communication of business matters. Yes, but not exactly. Informal communication. It is not an informal communication. It is informal communication, but it's informal communication with people who are working in the business, not with clients. So that's why the best answer in this, for instance, is A. So that's it for A, people. Now let's go on to 10. A customer inquired about a letter sent to the firm 1 month ago. To determine if the letter was received, the mail clerk should report to the mail register. Because if you look at the question, it says a letter. Let's assume as much as we can. It says here a letter. Pull that right off. A letter has been received. Again, a bit too much. Have to go out a bit. So they're saying a letter is to be received. So it's a mail register. It cannot be a diary. It can be a postage book, and it can be a corresponding digest. That just doesn't make any sense. So since it is a letter, it will be posted to the mail or mail of registrars. So we're at 11 now. Where is 11? Where is 11? Where is 11? Alright, good. A letter of acceptance is sent when a person agrees to take up a job offer, because you're actually accepting the request in to say exactly receive a salary through the bank. No. Plans to attend an interview for a job. Receives original documents sent within an application. So the best answer is agrees to take up a job offer. A letter of acceptance is usually a job offer sent to you from a supplier, from an employer, and that you will usually make that decision on whether you want to take that job to say or not. So we're at 12 now. We don't have a lot more to go. We're already 1/4 the way, at least near 1/4. Which of the following questions should an applicant avoid asking during an interview? When will I be given a wage increase? That will usually take the people the wrong way, and they will say that you're only in it for the money and you do not care about us, and you're asking for a demand that they can't really offer. So that would be B. That would be the best answer. So since we have that out of the way, let's move on to the 13th question. Which of the following is not the source of information and job opportunities? Encyclopedia. You could find information about the news on the newspaper, the company's letter, and stuff like that, but you won't find information on job opportunities on encyclopedia, because encyclopedia is used for something different, and that is encyclopedia is used for related definitions of terms and stuff like that, that they don't deal with job opportunities or job opportunities. If you try to find a job encyclopedia, they will just give you a definition of job opportunities and not job opportunities in itself. So we have 40 now. Which of the following duties are performed by the records management clerk? So they create files for clients and they locate and distribute files. They don't develop sales strategies. That's a function of the marketing department. Just put that here. So that's a function of the marketing department. So that would be I and I. So we're at 50 now. In an alphabetical filing system, the name MRST Smith is filed before Dr. Tom Smith. Which of the following rules were applied? So nothing comes before something. Titles are placed at the end but ignore when indexing. So we're already 15, right? We're at 15. So that would be I and I and that three I's here. Ladies come before men. That's some ethical principle that does not deal with alphabetical filing system. So yes, we have that out of the way now. Filing done through the use of microfilming is valuable for the storage of information which must be kept for many years. So filing done through the use of microfilm is used for or valuable for storage of information which must be kept for many years. So yes, that's it for that. So we're at 70 now. Which of the following is used to indicate that a file is removed from a filing cabinet? An out card. Cannot be a note on the cabinet, a cross reference card. It cannot be a tickler system. So usually in this instance, it's an out card, right? So hopefully you guys understand that. An out card is what they usually put. It's like a paper like this here, I guess, and they usually have a number. Or just put like for example one, and usually you could figure out that something is gone when that is no longer there. So you could usually figure that out when that is no longer there. So they would usually have like number stamps like that on these books or on these files, and you could know that when a file is received when you don't find that number there anymore. So in which of the following situation is cross-referencing not needed? The name of supplier has changed. Yes. A piece of correspondence relates to more than one name. Yes. A female customer has a name through change through the mark. Yes. A document is to be placed under a special name for easy retrieval. They did not change your name or anything. Their name is still the same, so there's no need for cross referencing here. So we're at 90 now. What is the purpose of maintaining a reception register in an organization? So that's to record the number of persons who visit the organization. Reception register, that's just to record the amount of people who come in to the organization. So we're at 20 now. Mr. Smith, a valued customer, visits the office one day before his scheduled appointment because he is in the area. What should the receptionist do? Find out if the person with whom Mr. Smith has an appointment can see him. So for that, he needs to find out if it's even possible. So let's look at this. Let's break this question down a bit. Let me try to break it down. So Mr. Smith is a customer. He's a very valued customer. So that means he's respected, right? So Mr. Smith is a valued customer. He visits the office one day before his scheduled appointment, right? Because he is in the area. So the receptionist to see if the person with whom Mr. Smith has appointment can even see him to begin with. They can't just turn him down because look at this, he's a valued customer. They cannot turn him down. That would just be plain wrong. It would be a bad reputation. So that's it for 20. Let's move on to 21 now. So Ami is traveling to a destination where time is 2 hours ahead of the time at her place of departure. If her plane departs at 12 noon and the flight takes 1 hour and 30 minutes, at what time should Annie arrive at the destination? So the answer is 15:30 hours. Right? So let's break this down. So Annie is traveling to a destination where time is 2 hours ahead of time at her place of departure. If a plane departs at 12 noon and the flights take 1 hour, so we add that 1 hour, that would be how much? That would be 13, right? 1 hour and 30 minutes. That would be 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's that's basically 13 hours. 13 hours plus the 2 hours here. Let me just type thing that up. The 2 hours, so we're not counting 12, 1, and 12 o'clock, then we move to 1, We're counting 12, 13, right? So the one that was added, that was added at, so she takes 1 hour and 30 minutes. So that is 1 hour. So she's basically going at 1 hour, 13 hours, 30, right? So ahead of time, that is 2 hours. So with that incursion, we could say that the 2 hours that was added will make 15 hours, 15 hours and 30, 15, 30. So that's how we got our initial answer there. 15, 30 hours. That's not really difficult. That's easy. This one is easy. This one not hard. So that's it for 21. At the beginning of the day, an executive tells the receptionist that he will be unable to keep an 11 a.m. appointment with a client in his office. What action must the receptionist take? Email the client, apologize, and ask or to suggest an alternative date. Should the receptionist or the client in the office, when the client arrives, apologize and offer her another appointment? So she should telephone the client, apologize, and suggest a time for a new appointment. She should basically reschedule. That's the best instance because he will be unable to keep an 11 a.m. appointment. The 11 a.m. appointment is when he's supposed to be there, but he cannot be there due to various reasons. So the basic thing to do as a receptionist or a client, um, is to reschedule the appointment. Just put that, reschedule the appointment. I don't even know if I'm spelling that right, so I'm sorry if the word is not right. So she should reschedule the appointment, reschedule it. So that's why we put C for an answer. So we're at 23 now. The term verbatim minutes refers to, a lot of children don't know what this is. So the verbatim minutes refers to the exact words of the proceeding at meeting. So if you made a statement at the meeting, the verbatim meeting is basically what exactly you said. They usually use this term in the court of law or the cabinet meetings. Whenever a person makes a suggestion in the court, they will take down the exact words you use and they could use it against you. And those exact words that they use against you, or the exact words that you quote, is verbatim minutes. That's what they refer to as in that instance. So a quorum consists of total number of members present at the meeting, executive members of the committee present at the meeting, minimum number of members to be present for a meeting to call into order, or a specific executive members who must be present for a meeting to be conducted. So this is actually it. So a quantum consists of specific executive members. So when you use the term quantum, like if you're going to keep a meeting in the court of law, there must be the speaker. If there is no speaker, if there is no speaker of the house, the incentive of the court actually being able to start is impossible. So for the court to start, they need this person here. They need to actually have the person in place before they could actually start. So we have that information out of the way. So we're at 25 now. So during a meeting, a member needed to discuss a matter not listed on the agenda. Under which heading is the member allowed to have the discussion? The answer for this is any other business. During the meeting, a member needed to discuss a matter not listed on the agenda. So they cannot ask if it's not even on the agenda. They cannot really ask. So they need to ask at some other time, which is any other business incentive or any other business time. So that's it for 25. Where are we right now? We're at 26. Let me zoom out. So item 26 report the following extracts from Mr. E. Faraway itinerary. Itinerary Mr. E. Faraway 24th of October 2008. Miami to Tobago. Flight BW 426. Depart check-in time. Length of flight 1700 hours. 2 hours before departures. 4 hours. So let us look at this. 26. Using 24-hour clock, what is the expected time of arrival in Trinidad? The answer for this is 9 p.m. So departure is 1700 hours. That is 5 o'clock, right? That's 5 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock. We're supposed to be there, right? So check-in time is 2 hours before departure, right? So if we deduct that, we're actually departing at 5, that be 4, 3, that be around 2, that be around 3, because we're deducting the 2 hours time. So we're leaving at 15 hours. So in this case, if we were actually checking in at 3 o'clock, this is the check-in time. I'm sorry for the writing. So this is the check-in time. So we're checking in at 3 o'clock. So if we're going at 5, we're also going at 5, that would be 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're arriving at 8. I don't know what they're actually getting in here, but the correct answer in this instant, because we're adding with the addition of the 1700 hours, we're leaving at around 5, 2 hours before departure. The 6, 7 with the addition of 4. So let's speculate that it's actually 5 because they're not putting 8 here. I think they actually got this wrong. Because the actual check-in time is 3 o'clock. We understand that because it's 2 hours before the original departure time. I think it's supposed to be 1800 hours. But anyways, we'll work with the information we're given. So if we're leaving at 5 o'clock, we add on the additional 4 hours. That would be 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it is 9. Looking back at the information. So yes, it is 9. So we just need to add the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the 5. We are leaving at 5 o'clock. We just need to add on the 4 remaining hours because that's the length of flight. So the 5 plus the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, it will just be 9 o'clock. So let me just put this on the screen so you guys could actually see how it's actually conducted. It would be better if we use a calculator. So we're leaving at 5. I'll just put 5 for now because we're leaving at 5. We add on the additional 4 hours and then we'll get our 9. That's all we needed to do. We don't even need to worry about the check-in time. The check-in time is just 3 o'clock. So that's it for 9 o'clock. So, or 26. We're now moving on to 27. So which of the following personnel usually sits to the left of the chairman during a meeting? Person that usually sit next to the chairman is the secretary. The treasurer, the auditor, the shareholder, all these persons are unrelated to the chairman. They're not even in the meeting. The auditor is, these terms are totally unrelated. So the best or the only answer is the secretary. So in the paper they did not disclose up to, so 28, let me just put that 28, 29, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 were not disclosed. So I cannot answer that. Were not disclosed. I believe the reason why they did not disclose it because they actually want to bring it back for 2020, 2024 May June. I believe they did not disclose it. If anyone has any idea who worked the January for this year, if you could remember any question relating to 28, 29, 30, or 1, 32, 33, or 34, I would really appreciate your insight. If you could remember the question, you could type in the comments below. So that's it. We're answer toward the form we close out for now. So an application for the position of dispatch clerk was addressed to a company. To whom should the mail clerk forward this application? The human resource department. And yes, we'll close off right there, people. So yes, that is it. See you guys on the next video. Anyways, guys, welcome back to the Preparation channel. We'll be continuing the past paper on economics, paper to 2025. So it's nice to be back with you people today, and we'll be continuing this paper here in the 2025 January paper ones. So yes, it's nice to be back with you. We will be working 2024 and 2023 and 2022 tomorrow. So we will have consecutive live streams. You could come in tune with the live stream. I will put the link in the video below. But anyways, let us complete this past paper. So let's start. So we stopped at 105. So let's start back. The privilege an individual has to view his personal data is referred to as rights of persons, secrecy provision, or the correct answer is breach of confidence. A privilege an individual has to view his personal data is breach of confidence. So it might sound like right of access or secrecy provisions, but um, that's the right they have. So let me just give you it so you guys could have the definitive definition of breach of confidence. So breach of confidence. So I'm putting that on the screen right now. So breach of confidence refers to a situation when someone discloses information. Oh, I think that's my mistake there, guys. All right, I'm gonna check it back now. I'm gonna check it back. Give me a minute, people. Give me a minute. So let me make sure I'm answering this question correctly. Oh yes, sorry for that. The correct answer for this is the right of access, the ability to access your own personal information. That is considered to be right of access. So sorry for that. Right of access. Secrecy of provision, breach of confidence is when you are breaking a contract or you're disclosing information that should not be disclosed in a business. Defamation of character is spreading falsified information on a person. So yes, the correct answer is right of access, the ability to access your own personal information. That is right of access. So yes, that's it for Toward 5. Moving on to Toward 6. Happyville Roofing Company employed 250 persons during the last year. 75 of those persons left the company between July and December. What is the percentage of labor turnover? The percentage of labor turnover in this, for instance, so we have 250 persons during the last year. 70 persons of those left. So let me just put that on the screen here. So your 250 portions basically. So if you take, so we have 250 minus the 70 portions, which is the portions working with that left. So we have 180. So it says what is percentage of labor turnover, the portions that basically left. So we have to calculate, we have to think that times, so you have to actually do, let me just take out this here. So the in reality, what you have to do is 250 minus the divided by 70 would be times the 100, Wait, I think I'm getting this thing wrong, people. Make sure I'm doing this thing right. So 250 divided by 180. That'll be times the 100. Nope, still getting this thing wrong. I need to put that up on the screen back. I did insufficient calculations there just now. So you have to calculate the amount of portions that left. Let me just put that on the screen. The amount that left, that would be over. Just now. Make sure I'm doing this thing correctly. Just check back. The 250 times the 100 divided by 70, just to calculate this here. Nope, it is actually 30. So if you 75, now we see the information, so sorry for that. They said 75, so the correct answer in this, for instance, is 75. So what we have to do correctly to get the correct answer, it's very easy. So 200 and, no, 75 times the 100. So the amount of turnover, and we put in that we have 7,500. We actually divide that by the 250, and that's supposed to get us an answer of 30. So yes, the correct answer in this instance is 30. So we could take that down basically. So the answer is 30. So what the only thing you needed to do, let me just simply put that right here. So it is 75 over the um, 250 times the 100. That's supposed to give you the initial answer of 30. So yes, that's how we got that there. So where are we now? We're at, so that's toward 5. Let's move on. No, toward 6. Yes. So we are toward 7 now. A salary and wages clerk is instructed to remove some payee account. So let me just make sure everything's all right over here. Payee income tax documents to make room for new ones. Which of the following documents should be removed? So let us look at the answers. I. So salary and clerk is interested in remove some payee income tax. Which of the following documents should be removed? Um, Employees who have retired more than 6 years. Because look at this: current account who receive minimum wages, employees who are transferred to other branch offices. So it's only on these two, because we don't, if employees have retired for 6 years, that has nothing to do with income tax, because they have already received their income, so you cannot really even tax them in general, because they already left the industry or already left the business. So the only document that has to be in this case is I. This is totally unrelated. So hopefully that is understood. So we're moving at a very good pace now. So that's it for that one dear. So let's move on to 38. We're going on to our final questions. The sum of money given to a cashier to start off a day to make change is called. That would be a float. Yes, that's a float. A float is what they usually use to basically to start off their start of a business. You usually get a float of income and it's usually reimbursed. So the impress system is a system of reimbursement. So the impress system and the floating is actually very similar in a sense, but usually children put an impress system, but it's not a petty cashier. So this one is out, right? So they usually give an impress system to a petty cashier, and they usually give a float to a petty cashier. No, the petty cashier they give a float to the cashier, and they give an impress system to a petty cashier. So just put that right there. Impress petty cashier, and for over here we put cashier. That would be a float. So yes, we have that for those two there. So we're at 49 now. On which the following documents should a customer who has credit facilities with the form expect to receive a record of monthly payments and purchases? For this one, it's a statement of account. So, mutual fund document show customer has who has credit facilities with a form expect to receive a record of monthly payments and purchases. It would not be an invoice. An invoice is evidence of transaction. An advice note is something that is recommended from commercial banks. A balance sheet is usually what cashier has. So all three of these are out. The only answer that we have here is a statement of account, which actually shows your monthly payments and purchases. So yes, that is it for that. Where are we? 40 now. We're at 40. This was 39. Yes. So we're at 40 now. Item 40 refers to all information which was on salary slip of an employee. We have gross pay, payee, NIS, and pension. What is the employee's net income? So we're at 40. So let us calculate the employee's net income. So their gross pay, they get 1570, and the payee is 1150. So this is actually add. This is in addition. So pension, they get in money. That is good. Um, and these two here are basically deductions. So let's see if that we'll put in it, and we'll get our answers for that now. So that is 1570 plus the 33.50, and we put that in, we get 1603.5. And they put an answer here to basically trick you, right? They put an answer there to trick you. So you have to subtract these variables and you will get your answer for this one here. So you deduct that here. So we deduct the pay, which is 115, plus the NIS, which is because NIS is taxes that you need to pay. Everybody uses NIS a lot as a bad medium of verb, because they usually you have to pay the NIS. So that's a deduction. So the closest related answer for this here is this here. The correct answer, no, not this one here. What I'm not saying. The answer for this one is A, which is 13,147.50. Right? So their gross pay is 1570. The payee is this here. The This is a deduction. Wait, let me check back something, people. Oh Christ, now I see something. All of these here are actually deductions. I'm just checking back. I'm just making sure everything's all right. So the initial answer is A, but how do we get A now? How do we get A? So we add the 115 plus the $43 plus the 33.50, and we get 191.5. And if you deduct the 191.5 from the gross pay, you will get 137.50. So let me just put that 191.5. Just put that 191.5 191.5 minus the 1570. So if you put that on the screen here, we calculate it. So I just put the number here. I just put the 191.5 just to make sure that we're okay with the numbers. So 1570. So all of these here are deductions, as I said before, minus the 191.5, and that will give us 127.8.5. So that's how we get 40. So where are we now? 41. So let's me just take this off for now. Which of the following services can usually be obtained through a travel agency? Um, so this is for part one. Just make sure everything's all right. Um, purchase of your tickets. You usually do that at a travel agency. You make hotel reservations, visas for visiting for foreign countries. So yes, it's all three of that. So that's it for 42. No, 41. Sorry for that. 42. Item 42 refers to the following 24-hour digital clock. It's at 15:25. The time displayed on the clock above is that this is 3. That will just be 3:25. So we don't have to overthink that any a lot. That will be 3:25 p.m. Right. So if the clock is running 24 hours, it would be 3.25 p.m. Right. Digital clock usually runs 24 hours. For this answer is 3.25 a.m. So yes. Um, so far the three. There's a growing feeling among staff that concerns about their general welfare are being overlooked by management. What is the first action that staff should take in an effort to improve the situation? So we are at 43. Request a meeting with the human resource manager. So there's feeling among staff concerns over the general welfare, and since it is to deal with human relations, because it's general welfare. If it would be like a monetary problem or something, some other department would look at that. So request a meeting with the human resource manager. That's the 43. So we are at 44 now. COD as a system for selling goods means cash on delivery. So yes, cash on delivery is the means. So cash at deposit, cash on demand, all these are excluded. The only answer in this case is cash on delivery. It's actually in it, COD, cash on delivery. So you could literally just take a hint and you could find the answer right there. COD, cash on delivery. You guys understand me? So yes, that's the part four. Now we're closing down to part five. So item 44, 45 reports of all information extracted from Mr. Brooks' time card for the week ended 25th of October 2024. So the normal time is 3 hours for $10 overtime, time and a half, 5 hours, that would be 15, double time, 3 hours 20. How much did Mr. Brook earn for his overtime? So we have 30 hours, $10. So with 30, let us actually calculate that if you think that up on our screen. So if he's working 30 hours, so his normal time is 30 hours, right? So 5 hours, so we could put that up. So you could calculate that. Take out all of this here. So yes, we could actually make sure it could take out this here. So how much did Mr. Brook earn from overtime? So he worked 20. He worked 30 hours. So yes, we have that out the way. So 5 hours, that would be 15. So if we divide 30 now, so 30 will be times the 10. What will we get from that? Where are we? 45, 45, 45. The answer that I'm getting from doing the initial calculations is 1 to out of 5. 1 to out of 5. That's what I'm getting, people. So they said here, let me just try to break it down as much as possible? He said his normal time is 30 hours, right? And he's being paid $10. So if we was to put that in place, be 30 divided by 5, that would be 6 times the 15, would be 6 times the 15, that would be 90, right? So that would be $90. So we put the $90 right here for now. So that's the $90. So now we have the $90 right in the place where it should be. We have the double time, which is just do the same 30 divided by 3 um, times the 20. I don't think that's going to happen. So we have $90 plus the fixed interest rate. So we have the 90 plus the fixed interest rate of $10 plus the addition of the 15 plus the 20, and that's how we got the 1 to 5. So yes, that's it for our part 5. So hopefully you understand that. You could watch back the video and make sure you could take down the calculations. So yes, that's it for that. So we're at 46 now. Items 46 and 47 report to the following table, which shows the sales made by Ometa, drawn for the month of December 2022. So we have C Barbs 40,000, B Bano 53, B Smith 50,000, no, 30,000. So it says, which commission did Ometa receive from sales made to C Forbes? That is it for 46. So 10% commission, that would be 40,000. How do you think I know that? So maybe 20,000 times the 10, that would get us that. So we divide that by the 100, and that would get us, so receive a monthly salary of 20,000 and a 10% commission. So what is said here, what commission did Ometa John receive from sales to C Forbes? Where's C Forbes? Oh, I actually see the information here, so I got it now. So we're actually calculating for the 40,000. So wait, give me a minute. So it's not the 20,000 we're calculating for. That is like basically irrelevant, at least for now. So we have the 40,000 here. We times the 10%, and then you divide that by the 100, and that will get you the 4,000 that you need. So the answer in here is C Forbes. That would be which one? 46. Wait. I'm seeing something very sus here. C Forbes is 40,000. Yes, we have that. Oh, Christ. Yeah, guys, the correct answer for this is actually C, the 36,000. I'm double checking myself so you guys could have all the right answers for this one here. And sorry, I'm sorry if I'm going a little bit slow. I'm going slow because I want to explain the concepts fully, and it's very late where I am, so I have to talk a bit slow so that no one wakes up. I'm 2:30. If you could see here in the morning, I'm working this here right now. You'll probably see this video around like 4 to 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning. So yes. So how do we calculate that now? So membership receives a 10% commission. So let us just make sure everything is alright with that. So if you had so she receives it. So that would be a 2,000 commission. So that would be a total of 22,000. Just take that value. So we understand that she makes basically with the commission, she makes $22,000. So if you put that right here, the $22,000, and we basically add the $40,000, that will make us get. So we have that here. Oh, I'm seeing something now. So it's basically subtract. We have to subtract these two variables. Let me see. Like this thing is really complicated. I gotta cut out this part. Let's say the answer is for the sixes. For the sixes, E. I just gonna do stupidness long for no reason. Anyways, I cut out the party video. But the initial answer for this is 40,000 because we're just calculating the 10% of C Forbes. The value here, which is the salary of 20,000, 10% commission, that doesn't really matter. That's just there to confuse you. So C Forbes, the answer for it is 20,000. I am seeing, I'm fact checking myself. That is the initial answer. So we're at 47 now. What is Ometa John's salary at the end of December? There is the Ometa John's, yes. So what is her salary? Now we could actually include her information. So let us actually calculate that. So as we said before, she gets the commission. That's in addition to what she is actually receiving. So that would be 22,000. That'd be 22,000. So this is 22,000 with commission. So that's with the commission. So we have that out the way. So that's the $22,000 with the commission. So she's receiving that with the commission at the end of the month, at the end of December. So she received that with commission. So where is she? Clients monthly sales 40,000, 53,000, and 30,000. Did it specify? Oh, the month of December. Clients monthly sales 40,000, 53,000. So with the 10% commission, that will get it up to the 20,000. So what we need to do is calculate the 10% of all of these here. So the 10% of all of these, let me just put that up on the screen. So we have to calculate the 10% of all of these variables on the screen. So if you calculate 10%, that would just be 4,000. 53,000, that would be 5,300. Um, be 530 if you calculate 10%, and this will be no. Let me just make sure I'm all right here. I have to take it up because this here will be 4,000 if I'm calculating correct. That'd be 4,000 plus that'd be 5,300 plus the 3,000 because it's just 10% we're calculating out of the variables, and that would make us get 12,300 plus this. If you could look at the values, that would be toward 6,000, toward 6,000. So we have that one out the way. So just to make sure we're all right with the calculation, the 12,300. I'm probably missing a variable here, but with the 22,000, with the 22,000, um, that would put the number at around roughly around toward 4. So I may not get the accurate information. If you guys have the accurate information, you could calculate, but it is this. It's supposed to be this. What is the methods John salary at the end of what I'm saying? Oh, I'm correct. I am cooking with gas. I am cooking with gas. So yes, it is around 32,300. Yes, it's around there. It's around there. That's a correct calculation. I probably just made an error in the variables, but I'm just averaging. So you guys could tell me your thoughts. You could tell me if you get the exact calculations in the comments below. Which of the following bank accounts must be kept for a stipulated period of time before money can be withdrawn from it? That's the fixed deposit because you usually make a fixed deposit. You could only collect that money at the end of a particular month. Um, a fixed deposit, a fixed deposit is what is money saved for a fixed period of time. So yes, that's what I get for it, fixed period of time. So yes, that's it for 48. We are going on to 49. An audit system. So as I said, we use Excel for calculations. So we have that. That's the spreadsheet. So yeah, the abbreviation E and OE can be written at the end of invoice. Means that what does it mean? What do you think, people? So let's look onto supplier can alter the amount payable if it is not accurate. So yes, E and OE, that's what that means. So yes, that's for that. So where are we now? 52. 52. So item 50 refers to information in the table below. How many manila folders can be ordered to maintain stock at its minimum level? So we're at 52, people. So we have a general increase. We could see a trend. So there's a basic trend of existing stock toward 5. So the maximum stock we have is 100. So we just have to add up 20 toward 5, and then we will get 60. 25 plus the 25, that will make us get 40. 40 minus the 100, that will make us get 60. Yes. So we're at 53 now. The document which gives a description of items offered for sale is the catalog, right? So hopefully your guys okay with that. So we're at 44. The stock taken report shows that the item is unpopular with customers, which the following actions should be taken. We have yes, we have. I see the answer here. You could look at it. Store the item for another season. Um, you can't really do that. That won't make any sense. So this one here is immediately out, and that only leaves us with the only two options that we have here. For 54, that would be C. Because you can't really store an item for another season, that will not do anything with the unpopular. If the item is on, that will not do anything. That will not even change anything. So that doesn't really make sense in that regards. So we are a bit far. 55. Which of the following departments should prepare a quotation response to an inquiry? So that would be the sales department, because there's actually so it's a sales department. It cannot be the accounts department, because we're not dealing with actually financing. We're not dealing with ports either, and we're not dealing with advertising. So all three of these are out. So we're at B56 now. So the factory officer has an order for 6 dresses. Materials cost 800, labor cost 750, and overheads cost 250 for the 6 dresses. What is the total? What is the cost of one dress? So the total cost for the 6 dress would be, so material cost 800, labor cost 750, and overhead cost 250. So they're asking for the cost. What is the cost of one dress? So if the material costs $800, so that's an expense. So let's articulate a bit. So if it's cost 800, labor cost 750, 750, and the overhead cost 250 for 6 dresses. So this is the total cost, right? So we have 250, and then we have so you have that will be 180. And now you divide that by 6, and you would get roughly 300. Yes, so that's easy. So that's it for that. So we're at 57 now. We're close enough, guys. Hopefully you have a blessed day, and you could I will post the link today itself. I'm making this video very early, as you could see here, so that you guys could join me live for the OA 2024 paper 2. A planning master for operations office include details of, that would be the production process. It's because it's actually the operation office that deals with the production process. It does not deal with the distribution process, stock recording levels. So my advice to you would be eliminate all the answers that don't make sense, and put the answer that makes the most viable sense. So we're at 58. Item 58 refers for information, month, and May, we have 20 issues. So it's here, calculate the cost of closing stock at the end of May 2020 using the LIFO method. So from my initial calculations, that would be the 365. Why do you think I believe that? Now let's look at the initial calculations. So 15 times the 35 would get us a variable of, wait, with that overestimating it. 35, just give me a second, guys. So, anyways, we're at 59. A chair cost 360 was ordered. The chair was damaged in transit at 10% discount was given. The amount to be paid for the chair is, that would be 324. Let me just show you guys what's going on there. Anyways, guys, I was trying to explain this one, but I was just so exhausted. I'm very exhausted right now. So I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry for that in advance. So hopefully you guys could understand that I'm very tired right now. It's very late, but I'm still pushing. I'm still trying my best. So, anyways, um, so it is at 360. We have to calculate 360 times the 10 divided by the 100. That would give us a very small variable of 60, 36, 36, sorry. So the 360, so the 360 minus the 36 would give us the 36, that would give us the 324. So last question. Item 6 refers to the following extract from a statement of accounts. Statement of accounts, um, balance. What do the terms F in 10N 30 on the statement of issues accounts mean? That is, mean 5% cash discount to the account to settle in 10 days. Net account at the end of the month is, yes, so that's it. So, yes, guys, that's it for that. I didn't really do a lot of elaborations on this because I actually forget this concept. So, sorry for that. Anyways, hopefully you guys enjoyed the video. Please subscribe. We will be going live tomorrow. Due to some technical issues, I was unable to do the live today at 9 o'clock tonight, but we will do it tomorrow. Just type in the comments below and tell me if you're interested in coming on the live. We'll have guest speakers. We'll have a lot of guest speakers. It is an open forum. You could ask your questions, and I will definitely answer you. So I'm going to rest, guys. See you guys out in the next video. All the best. Back to the Subscribe Guys channel. It is nice to be back with you for this video. Today we'll be working the OA January 2025 for office administration. So it's nice to be back with you people today. Um, in the case that you, I will post a link at the end of this video at the bottom in the description below. So we will be having live streams at 9 o'clock tonight. If you are interested by any chance, you can take a look at that live stream. So you could actually come into the live stream, could actually come into the Zoom class. I will post the Zoom number. I will post it. If you're interested, you could actually join. I will post it on my channel and you could join. If you're really interested in asking any questions, it's an open forum. You are able to ask questions. So as I said today, we'll be working the OA. We work in the OA 2025 Office Administration. So that's something that I want to really highlight. So without further ado, I believe we could actually start now. So with one here, which of the following document provides information on the lengths of authority in a company? That's the organizational chart. It's not job description. Job description gives you the details of what is to be in your job or what you're required to do. The list of directors is totally unrelated, and the directors report are totally unrelated. So the final answer in this instance here is the organizational chart. So we got that out the way. So this answer is the organizational chart. So that is it for question one. Now let's move on to question two. Dissemination of information. Let's look at dissemination. Dissemination basically means that you're actually giving information around to a group of individuals. So dissemination of information in any organization may be classified as ensuring that information is safe or collecting all information in the office, getting information from all departments, distributing information received to all departments, distributing information. So that would be D. So since dissemination is giving information to different personnel and different individuals and actually sharing that information, dissemination is actually giving that information out. So that is what dissemination actually is in all in our reality. Now let's move on to question three. Which of the following office layouts allows for easier supervision of staff? The answer for this is open plane. In the open plane office, in the virtual office that is online, the cellular office is by yourself, and the centralized office is a totally case scenario. In open plane office, you usually have your co-workers working beside you in your cubicle. So to say the open plane office allows staff to be able to access you more easier than in the virtual cellular or even centralized office. You could basically they have easier accessibility to you because you are not far or you're not in a cellular office to say. So that's it for three. Let's move on to four. In a sole trader business, the decision regarding what to purchase is usually made by the answer for this would be the proprietor, right? The decision regarding what to purchase is regulated by the proprietor, not the cashier. So because it's a sole trader business, the proprietor is the person that owns the business, and since they don't have a lot to rely on, they don't have a cashier or anything to rely on in general. They have to rely on the proprietor, which is basically the owner of that business to say. So let's move on to five. Which of the following attributions should an office clerk possess? Honesty. If you're looking at curiosity, they don't really require that. Generosity, because they need to sell a product. Forgiveness, that's something totally unrelated. So let me just put this on the screen. They need to be transparent, parent in order to promote business incentives and be clear. about the standing in the bit of the business. So this is why they basically need to be they need to be honest. They need to be transparent or honest in order to promote business incentives or goals and be clear about the standing of the business. So they should be clear that we're not making a lot of profits and we need to do this. If they're telling the business that they're making profits and in reality they're not making profits, that could lead them to being fired or basically dispatched from that job, to say in a consecutive amount of words. So that is it for six. No, that's it for five. Now let's move on to six. Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing an economical design that meets the needs of an employee? So we have stress level, risk of injury, performance standard. So let's read back the question. I'm gonna zoom in a bit so that you guys could understand fully. So let's answer this question in the best way we can. Which of the following factors is not a major consideration when choosing economical design that meets the needs of an employee? So we have stress level, that could be a reason. Stress level is a reason. Risk of injury is a reason. Performance standards a reason. The only one that is not a reason or consideration is personal taste. That doesn't make sense in that regard right there. So we are at question six. We are moving with a good pace. So with seven now. Which of the following forms of communication is illustrated above? Visual. We could see the information. It's not oral, they're not talking, they're not writing information. They're actually visualizing that information. So in this case, the answer is the visual information. So with that, we answered item 7. So we're at question 8 now. Which a small package containing important documents to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean island. Which mailing service would be most suitable? And that would be registered, right? Because registered meaning that you're telling the people that you're bringing this amount of goods into the economy or to the country. So packaging is or packaging containing important documents. That's registration. It cannot be recorded because that's audio. It cannot be first class because that's for people, and it cannot be standard because that's also for people. Another term for standard is domestic or domestic class. They say, but the CSEC usually changes thing differently. So it's domestic class, which is basically an inference to the people usually taking standard flight invitations, meaning that when you're going to make a flight trip, they have standard class, they have first class, they have second class. That's the basic just of it. And the domestic class or standard is what people usually go with. So that is it for 8. Let's go on to 9. A memorandum is used to communicate within a form. It is usually inclusive of communication within the form, not outside of the form. So in this, for instance, short notes, personal friends. No, it's not related to that. Communication of business matters. Yes, but not exactly. Informal communication. It is not an informal communication. It is informal communication, but it's informal communication with people who are working in the business, not with clients. So that's why the best answer in this, for instance, is A. So that's it for A, people. Now let's go on to 10. A customer inquired about a letter sent to the firm 1 month ago. To determine if the letter was received, the mail clerk should refer to the mail register. Because if you look at the question, it says a letter. Let's assume in as much as we can. It says here a letter. Pull that right off. A letter has been received. Again, a bit too much. Have to go out a bit. So they're saying a letter is to be received. So it's a mail register. It cannot be a diary. It cannot be a postage book, and it cannot be a corresponding digest. That just doesn't make any sense. So since it is a letter, it will be posted to the mail or mail of registrars. So we're at 11 now. Where is 11? Where is 11? Where is 11? All right, good. A letter of acceptance is sent when a person agrees to take up a job offer, agrees to take up a job offer, because you're actually accepting the request in to say exactly. Receive a salary through the bank? No. Plans to attend an interview for a job? Receives original documents sent within an application. So the best answer is agrees to take up a job offer. A letter of acceptance is usually a job offer sent to you from a supplier, from an employer, and that you will usually make that decision on whether you want to take that job to see or not. So we're at 12 now. We don't have a lot more to go. We're already one quarter the way, at least near one quarter. Which of the following questions should an applicant avoid asking during an interview? When will I be given a wage increase? That will usually take the people the wrong way, and they will say that you're only in it for the money and you do not care about us, and you're asking for a demand that they can't really offer. So that would be B. That would be the best answer. So since we have that out of the way, let's move on to the 13th question. Which of the following is not a source of information and job opportunities? Encyclopedia. You could find information about the news on the newspaper, the company's letter, and stuff like that, but you won't find information on job opportunities on encyclopedia, because encyclopedia is used for something different, and that is encyclopedia is used for related definitions of terms and stuff like that, that they don't deal with job opportunities or job opportunities. If you try to find a job encyclopedia, they will just give you a definition of job opportunities and not job opportunities in itself. So we have 40 now. Which of the following duties are performed by the records management clerk? So they create files for clients and they locate and distribute files. They don't develop sales strategies. That's a function of the marketing department. Just put that here. So that's a function of the marketing department. So that would be I and I. So we're at 50 now. In an alphabetical filing system, the name MRST Smith is filed before Dr. Tom Smith. Which of the following rules were applied? So nothing comes before something. Titles are placed at the end but ignore when indexing. So we're already 15, right? We're at 15. So that would be I, and I, and that three I's here. Ladies come before men. That's some ethical principle. That does not deal with alphabetical filing system. So yes, we have that out of the way now. Filing done through the use of microfilming is valuable for the storage of information which must be kept for many years. So filing done through the use of microfilm is used for or valuable for storage of information which must be kept for many years. So yes, that's it for that. So we're at 17 now. Which of the following is used to indicate that a file is removed from a filing cabinet? An out card. Cannot be a note on the cabinet, a cross-reference card. It cannot be a tickler system. So usually, in this instance, it's an out card, right? So hopefully you guys understand that. An out card is what they usually put. It's like a paper like this here, I guess, and they usually have a number. Or just put like for example one, and usually you could figure out that something is gone when that is no longer there. So you could usually figure that out when that is no longer there. So they would usually have like number stamps like that on these books or on these files, and you could know that when a file is received when you don't find that number there anymore. So in which of the following situation is cross-referencing not needed? The name of suppliers has changed. Yes. A piece of correspondence relates to more than one name. Yes. A female customer has a name to change to the margin. Yes. A document is to be placed under a special name for easy retrieval. They did not change your name or anything, their name is still the same, so there's no need for cross reference in here. So we're at 19 now. What is the purpose of maintaining a reception register in an organization? So that's to record the number of persons who visit the organization. Reception register, that's just to record the amount of people who come in to the organization. So we're at 20 now. Mr. Smith, a valued customer, visits the office one day before his scheduled appointment because he is in the area. What should the receptionist do? Find out if the person with whom Mr. Smith has an appointment can see him. So for that, he needs to find out if it's even possible. So let's look at this. Let's break this question down. Let me try to break it down. So Mr. Smith is a customer. He's a very valued customer. So that means he's respected, right? So Mr. Smith is a valued customer. He visits the office one day before his scheduled appointment, right? Because he is in the area. So the receptionist should see if the person with whom Mr. Smith has an appointment can even see him to begin with. They can't just turn him down because look at this, he's a valued customer. They cannot turn him down. That would just be plain wrong. It would be a bad reputation. So that's it for 20. Let's move on to 21 now. So Ami is traveling to a destination where time is 2 hours ahead of the time at her place of departure. If her plane departs at 12 noon and the flight takes 1 hour and 30 minutes, at what time should Annie arrive at the destination? So the answer is 15:30 hours, right? So let's break this down. So Annie is traveling to a destination where time is 2 hours ahead of time at her place of departure. If a plane departs at 12 noon and the flights take 1 hour, so we add that 1 hour, that would be how much? That would be 13, right? 1 hour and 30 minutes. That would be 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's that's basically 13 hours. 13 hours plus the 2 hours here. Let me just type thing that up. The 2 hours, so we're not counting 12, 1, and 12 o'clock, then we move to 1, We're counting 12, 13, right? So the one that was added, that was added at, so she takes 1 hour and 30 minutes. So that is 1 hour. So she's basically going at 1 hour, 13 hours, 30, right? So ahead of time, that is 2 hours. So with that incursion, we could say that the 2 hours that was added will make 15 hours, 15 hours and 30, 15, 30. So that's how we got our initial answer there. 15, 30 hours. That's not really difficult. That's easy. This one is easy. This one not hard. So that's it for 21. At the beginning of the day, an executive tells the receptionist that he will be unable to keep an 11 a.m. appointment with a client in his office. What action must the receptionist take? Email the client, apologize, and ask or to suggest an alternative date. Should the receptionist or the client in the office, when the client arrives, apologize and offer her another appointment? So she should telephone the client, apologize, and suggest a time for a new appointment. She should basically reschedule. That's the best instance because he will be unable to keep an 11 a.m. appointment. The 11 a.m. appointment is when he's supposed to be there, but he cannot be there due to various reasons. So the basic thing to do as a receptionist or a client um, is to reschedule the appointment. Just put that, reschedule the appointment. I don't even know if I'm spelling that right, so I'm sorry if the wording is not right. So she should reschedule the appointment, reschedule it. So that's why we put C for an answer. So we're at 23 now. The term verbatim minutes refers to a lot of children don't know what this is. So the verbatim minutes refers to the exact words of the preceding at meeting. So if you made a statement if you made a statement at the meeting, the verbatim meeting is basically what exactly you said. They usually use this term in the court of law or the cabinet meetings. Whenever a person makes a suggestion in the court, they will take down the exact words you use and they could use it against you. And those exact words that they use against you, or the exact words that you quote, is verbatim minutes. That's what they refer to as in that instance. So a quorum consists of total number of members present at the meeting, executive members of the committee present at the meeting, minimum number of members to be present for a meeting to call into order, or a specific executive members who must be present for a meeting to be conducted. So this is actually it. So a quantum consists of specific executive members. So when you use the term quantum, like if you're going to keep a meeting in the court of law, there must be the speaker. If there is no speaker, if there is no speaker of the house, the incentive of the court actually being able to start is impossible. So for the court to start, they need this person here. They need to actually have the person in place before they could actually start. So we have that information out of the way. So we're at 25 now. So during a meeting, a member needed to discuss a matter not listed on the agenda. Under which heading is the member allowed to have the discussion? The answer for this is any other business. During a meeting, a member needed to discuss a matter not listed on the agenda. So they cannot ask if it's not even on the agenda. They cannot really ask. So they need to ask at some other time, which is any other business incentive or any other business time. So that's it for 25. Where are we right now? We're at 26. We zoom out. So item 26 report the following extracts from Mr. E. Faraway itinerary. Itinerary Mr. E. Faraway, 24th of October 2008. Miami to Tobago. Flight BW426. Depart check-in time. Length of flight 1700 hours. 2 hours before departures. 4 hours. So let us look at this. 26. Using 24-hour clock, what is the expected time of arrival in Trinidad? The answer for this is 9 p.m. So departure is 1700 hours. That is 5 o'clock, right? That's 5 o'clock. That's 5 o'clock. We're supposed to be there, right? So check-in time is 2 hours before departure, right? So if we deduct that, we're actually departing at 5, that'd be 4, 3, that'd be around 2, that'd be around 3, because we're deducting the 2 hours time. So we're leaving at 15 hours. So in this case, if we were actually checking in at 3 o'clock, this is the check-in time. I'm sorry for the writing. So this is the check-in time. So we're checking in at 3 o'clock. So if we're going at 5, we are going at 5, that would be 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're arriving at 8. I don't know what they're actually getting in here, but the correct answer in this instant, because we're adding with the addition of the 1700 hours, we're leaving at around 5, 2 hours before departure. The 6, 7 with the addition of 4. So let's speculate that it's actually 5 because they're not putting 8 here. I think they actually got this wrong. Because the actual check-in time is 3 o'clock. We understand that because it's 2 hours before the original departure time. I think it's supposed to be 1800 hours. But anyways, we'll work with the information we're given. So if we're leaving at 5 o'clock, we add on the additional 4 hours. That would be 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, it is 9. Looking back at the information. So yes, it is 9. So we just need to add the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 to the 5. We are leaving at 5 o'clock. We just need to add on the 4 remaining hours because that's the length of flight. So the 5 plus the 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, it would just be 9 o'clock. So let me just put this on the screen so you guys could actually see how it's actually conducted. It would be better for me to use a calculator. So we're leaving at 5. I'll just put 5 for now because we're leaving at 5. We add on the additional 4 hours and then we'll get our 9. That's all we needed to do. We don't even need to worry about the check-in time. The check-in time is just 3 o'clock. So that's it for 9 o'clock. So, or 26. We're now moving on to 27. So which of the following personnel usually sits to the left of the chairman during a meeting? Person that usually sit next to the chairman is the secretary. The treasurer, the auditor, the shareholder, all these persons are unrelated to the chairman. They're not even in the meeting. The auditor is, these terms are totally unrelated. So the best or the only answer is the secretary. So we're at, so in the paper they did not disclose up to, so 28, let me just put that 28, 29, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 were not disclosed. So I cannot answer that. Were not disclosed. I believe the reason why they did not disclose it because they actually want to bring it back for 2020, 2024 May June. I believe they did not disclose it. If anyone has any idea who worked the January for this year, if you could remember any question relating to 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, or 34, I would really appreciate your insight. If you could remember the question, you could type in the comments below. So that's it. We're answer toward the form. We'll close out for now. So an application for the position of dispatch clerk was addressed to a company. To whom should the mail clerk forward this application? The human resource department. And yes, we'll close off right there, people. So yes, that is it. See you guys on the next video. All right, welcome back everyone to the Study Your Voice channel. It has been relatively a little while. Um, it has been a little while, but for tonight, um, we will be working paper ones for the 2021 January. Hopefully, everyone is doing all right. Anyways, as you guys would have known, I did schedule a Zoom class recently. Um, the Zoom class did entail a presumptuous. We supposed to start 10 o'clock, and I did start, but due to the lack of attendance, I had to cut it short. But I will be doing another Zoom class probably later in the future. I can't tell you when. Probably when the channel gets average around like probably within the 500 subscriber range. I will be doing another Zoom class. Until then, we will wait. I will wait till the channel gets a bit of momentum on views or to basically get the channel going. Until then, we will do a live stream and we will be doing I will do an open forum because I was planning to do an open forum today, but I see the attendance and it was very poor. So I changed my mind on the Zoom class. I did wait to 10 minutes and to the 10 minutes nothing occurred. But anyways, guys, it's nice to be back. Welcome back to the Sleeper Guys channel. Subscribe. It's very easy. I really appreciate the support. Yes, with everything out of the way, let me open up this document so you guys could actually start looking at it. Anyways, we are back again with the usual live streams. I did not have the opportunity to do live streams like this for a while because I was doing some experimentation with Zoom and stuff like that because I really wanted to get the open forum because next year we'll probably have a more effective means of actually doing live streams like this. But for the moment, we will work with what the resources that we do currently have. So yes, let's start. So we are doing a marathon as the marathons that I would usually do. We're trying to complete from the year 2021 to 2025. We will be working 2024 after this. I will be doing another live stream on 2024, and then we'll close off on office administration. Or I will try to do the 2022 if possible, but it will not be live. It will highly likely not be live. So, anyways, let's look at the instructions and let's start this paper without further ado. So it says here that this consists of 6 items. You have 1 hour and 50 minutes onto them, etc., etc. Let's jump right into it. This is which year? This is the May, as you could see here. That's May, June. Um, I will be fact checking myself because I usually have comments that usually say that some of my answer does be inaccurate, and um, you are right in a sense, but we all do make mistakes 1 or 2 times. But I'm trying to fact check myself when I'm answering questions so that you have the most reliable information. I do the paper beforehand. Usually, I just jump into it and I just work it anonymously. I don't do any revisions. I don't check back. I just work it anonymously. But for this for the rest of the videos in the future and even now and presently and continuing into the future, I will do the paper beforehand and then I will actually start a paper. I will do the paper beforehand because I usually just jump right into it anonymously and just work it. So let's actually start. So a small package containing important documents to be mailed to Canada from a Caribbean island, which postal service would be most appropriate? This one here would be first class mail. So it says a small package containing important. Look at the term here, and I want to really highlight this term here because they said important document, right? It said important document. So as I said in I said in a majority of my live streams, the thing that's supposed to be done is that you should not be or you should eliminate the things that won't be the answer. You should eliminate the things that are impossible to be answer. So like for example, with this one here, they said parcel post, they said recorded mail, they said registered mail. All of these answers here, they don't really make sense. The only answer that we could have here, because look at this, recorded mail, meaning that it's something that is pre-recorded audibly. So it cannot be that because it does not fit the criteria because it said documents. It's a parcel post, meaning a parcel post, meaning that you're sending a parcel post, meaning that you're sending an item. So that is out. And then they said register a meal, and that is a meal that is not really that important to say because they said important documents. The only answer that we have in this, for instance, is the first class meal. And if anyone is tuning in tonight, it will be, I really appreciate it because now it's very late. And I do know that a lot of you will only look at this video tomorrow because right now it's 2 o'clock in the morning for me. And I did a joke that I want to tell you guys that I literally fall asleep or I'm just got totally knocked out in the previous live stream because of tiredness. Literally, I was because for the past couple of days, the amount of past papers that I've worked is so like it's just crazy, just like totally crazy. And I literally just got so tired I just fall asleep. Which of the following items? I'm sure these things are right here. Um, which of the following items would be included in a memorandum? A memorandum is what you send in a business. A memorandum is what you send in a business. So something that a memorandum would have is a date. A memorandum won't have an address. It won't have a salutation because it's to your fellow workers and it's usually towards not only you within the business, but it's usually towards everyone within the business. It won't have a complimentary clause because you're not. It's not. It's an informal message, so you don't really have to do that. So we are at 3 now. In which of the following situation relationship between employees be described as vertical? One is senior to the owner. So when I mean vertical, what do we mean by vertical? A lot of persons don't know what we mean by vertical leadership style. Vertical is like, for example, if you're at here, let me just give you a little instance. So a vertical a vertical leadership style is from top to bottom. That's what a vertical leadership style is in its more simplest of terms. A horizontal leadership style is from left to right. So usually within a horizontal leadership style, that's usually in partnerships. There's no power dynamics in a partnership because everyone has an equity of shares. However, in a vertical leadership style like a company, there is a CEO, there's a board of directors, there's a clear line of seniority and basically different in leadership styles. So in a horizontal leadership style, no one is greater than the other, meaning that there's no definitive I'm better than you, I am the boss. There's nothing like that in a horizontal. However, in a vertical leadership style, there is that differentiation. So there, I just wanted to get that out there. So we're at three now. Now let's move on to four. Which of the following is the correct sequence to follow on receipt of a suspicious package? So where are we? So let's look at I. So lock the door, inform security, handle the package carefully, leave the office, and place the package away from you. The correct answer for this would be, let me see, I handle the package carefully. That's the first thing you need to do. Then V, place the package away from you. And then IV, leave the office. I, inform security. And then finally, you lock the door. So the answer for this would be C. So that's it for C. So where are we now? We're at 5. Assume that you are a new employee in a large firm. While you are waiting instructions from your supervisor, another employee asks you to help her with her work. You should tell her that. What should you tell that person? So assume that you are a new employee in a large firm. While you're waiting for instruction from your supervisor, another so the first thing you need to do, you should literally just tell them that you are a new employee and you are unfamiliar with the work because you are basically new one. That's the most honest response that you could possibly give. There's no response that could be more honest. So let's move on to the next question. Where are we now? 6. The science of fitting the workplace to meet the needs of employees is known as ergonomics. Ergonomics is making the environment suitable to you rather than you having to adapt to the environment. So when we think of the term ergonomics, that's what we mean. Guys, I did manage to get back my glasses. I was not able to get my glasses in a little while, but we are back with the Sleeper Price normal glasses. I was not able to get it, but I managed to find it. It was underneath my bed. So so let's continue down the line. The major difference between an operator assistant call and a direct call is what? Monitoring by the operator, right? An operating assisted call and a direct. So the major difference in this, for instance, is the operating or the operated assisted call, right? Because in in operated assisted call, you would be monitored. However, in a direct call, you would not be monitored. So the best answer for this is D. If you guys have anything different, probably I may not see everything because I did it on my own. I did some fact checking, but you could just tell me if I have gotten everything right, at least in your opinion, because your opinion is open. The floor is open. This is a live, so I am open to any technical disagreements and disarrangements. So yes, with that out of the way, let's move on to question 8. A person who was dismissed from a previous job is filling out an application form for another job. He's required to state the reason for leaving the last place of employment. It is best to, what is it best to do? Nine, we're at nine, we're at eight. Um, so previous job is filling out an application for another job. He is required to state a reason for leaving the last place of unemployment. So if you look at it, because he was dismissed, that means that he was fired. Something that he should do in this case, it might sound a bit weird, but the thing that he should do um, is make a reasonable excuse. Because if you give a reason for why you're actually fired, that would be insantical. So, at least from my opinion, the best course of action to do is actually D, make a reasonable excuse because he was dismissed, he was fired. If you give the correct reason, they will probably fire you again. If you ignore the question, they will think of something, and if you give an answer like not applicable, it will literally basically take them off. So you have to make up a reasonable excuse in this instance because you were dismissed, you are fired, and you would usually be fired for a reason. There's not a reason or a job would dismiss you without a reason. So there has to be a reason to it. So in this, for instance, the best answer is to make a reasonable excuse. At least in my applicable understanding. So hopefully you guys understand that. Hopefully we could agree with that, and we'll move on. So here we know. Mr. Lee of the sales department asked the receptionist to transfer a call from a customer to Mr. Field of the accounts department. If the call is disconnected while it is being put through to the accounts department, what should the receptionist do? This is for 9. So they said here, let me just highlight this here so you guys could see here. So it says Mr. Lee. So this is a person. Mr. Lee of the sales department asked the receptionist transfer a call from the customer to Mr. Field of the accounts department. If the call is disconnected while it's being put through to the accounts department, what should the receptionist do? Yes. Contact the customer, apologize, and connect to Mr. Field. So yes, that's the best thing to do because if you want to give me a reason and for a reason why I believe it should be this, because if you leave the line open so that customer can call again, you're basically trying to say that you're basically painting a bad image of the organization to say exactly you're painting a bad picture. And if it's B, telephone Mr. Lee explaining what happened and offer an apology, that will be bad because you're not contacting the customer. Because look at this, sit bank transfer call from customer because the customer is involved, right? And if you explain what happened and offer apology, you're contacting Mr. Lee. That doesn't make sense because Mr. Lee is a receptionist. I don't understand how that makes sense. So if you telephone Mr. Field, explain what happened and offer an apology, that will still look bad on the company. You need to contact both Mr. Field and the customer. You need to apologize to Mr. Field, and then you need to contact the customer. That's the best response. If you guys have anything different, the comment we could argue it. We could argue in the comments, definitely. We could definitely argue in the comments. But try to keep it moderate because I did have to recently. I didn't want to be rude, but I'll be honest with you guys right now. I did have a recent argument and a dismantle on a comment. I can't remember the exact people. And for the person out there, if you are watching and if you're a regular viewer of this channel, I do give you a big shout out to actually highlighting that. But try to keep it a bit moderate. If did make an error, just said sorry, you make an error, and then give me the exact answer. Just saying something you made a lot of errors, that's not the appropriate thing to do. Just said sorry, you make an error, check out 13D. I will take that. But if you're just making a statement just like that, I won't really take the comments seriously. So I would like to say that if you're going to make a comment, I would like to argue about it. You could usually just put in your answer and give why you think the reason is to it. That would be the best answer. And I could actually articulate and I could actually respond to that. But if you're just saying you make a lot of errors, or you're making a lot of errors and you don't give me the errors to say, I can't really respond to it because you just say something out like that. But I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I really appreciate your time on the channel, and I do appreciate it. But be more precise. Just don't say something straight out. Just give me the exact where I'm wrong, and give me a reason, and I will comment to that. So hopefully everyone understands that. Hopefully everyone could agree on that. I believe it's the most best course of action. So with that out of the way, please be moderate. Give me the reason and state where I made an error. If I will check it back, I will make it my duty to check back the answer and articulate, and I will take your consideration into view, and I will make an appropriate response. But make sure that if you see I make any error, state the exact question and give me a reason why you believe I got that one wrong, and I will make corrections if necessary. So for 10, it says which of the following statements describes an applicant's curriculum vitae? A comprehensive report on his vital scores obtained during the course of study, a brief account of his life history and work experience, an extended list of his disorder and interests, an outline of the curriculum covered at the secondary. Um, yes. So the answer for this is a comprehensive report on his vital scores obtained during the course of study. So that's what a curriculum vitae is. A curriculum vitae is just tell you what an applicant did, what were the scores during a course of study. It could be both primary, secondary, or tertiary. It's not only applicable to secondary school level; it's applicable to all levels, right? Um, so that's what a curriculum vitae is. So we're at 10. We're moving at a good pace. We're at least spending 11 or 3 minutes for a question. I will open up the chat. I can't see your chat right now. After we answer 12, I will open the chat. If you have any question, guys, I will reply. Which of the following services would usually be offered to customers who have fixed deposit account at a commercial bank? So let's just look at it. Permission to write checks on the accounts. Yes, that's something that would usually be on the fixed deposit accounts. Withdrawals on demand with interest earned. Yes, higher interest rate than that offered on savings accounts. Yes, so the answer for this is D. And I. All of these things you would usually be offered to customers who have fixed deposit account at a commercial bank. A fixed deposit account, if you want more elaborations on that, is an account that usually if you make a deposit of $1 million, a fixed deposit account will usually have a schedule of an amount of time that you will have to wait until you could actually make a deposit. So that's what a fixed deposit account is. I will open up the chat now. If you guys have any questions, if you just want to say hello, anything, I'm open to conversation. I will give you a shout out. How is everyone doing? So yes, we're at 12. So anyways, no reply. Okay, since that is out of the way, let's move on to the other questions. So we're at all right, I forgot to answer 11. Let's answer 11 now. Wait. Something is looking wrong here. Something's looking wrong here. I'm looking back at if I'm fact checking myself again here. And it's the correct answer for this is I. Withdrawals on demand with interest earned. I do apologize for that. The correct answer for this one is actually B. Because I'm fact checking myself while I'm answering. So for D, it is now 3 months since you have applied for a job at a large firm, and you have only received a letter of acknowledgement. What action should you take on an effort? Should you take in an effort to obtain a job? Write another letter of application, telephone your friend who works with the firm, visit the company and ask to see the human resource manager, write a letter to follow up the application. That would be the best thing to do. So I don't think I need. So a follow-up letter is basically a that you resend or you send in the case that you don't have a prompt response from an agency. So when you write a letter of follow up, it basically trying to say that will I get a response? Can I get the job? That's what the letter of basically a follow up letter does. Let me just show you guys something on the screen right now. So if you guys have seen this, this is the I will be doing a video race coming up very soon on it. Continue 16 good. I will be doing a video very soon on the social studies syllabus. If you could see on the screen right there, I will be doing a cover up of this full course on social studies. I will be making it with probably a 4-hour audiobook on the entire course or the entire social studies syllabus from beginning to end. If you guys have any questions, if you guys have any interest in that, of course, I will be doing live Zoom classes every month, at least 5 times a month for 2 months, and we will be covering up the entire syllabus. We will be doing past papers and stuff like that. If you are interested in doing it, you could just tell me in the comment below, or you could just contact me using my information. It is free of cost. You just need to just contact me, and we will start. I will specify the dates I will probably specify the dates in a post or on my channel itself. So I just want to get that out there. So with that out the way, let us continue our lives. So we are now at 11. So I said we need to do a follow-up letter in question here. So we are at 30 now. Which of the following is not requirement of a letter of which of the following is not a requirement of a letter of application? So it should be typed. That is not the requirement of a letter of application because you could write it with your hand, like with a pen. You could write it with a pen. So that's not really necessary. 14. Which of the following guidelines should be followed by an interviewee? Is that even a word? During a job interview. So that's what they're trying to say here. So let's look at the presumptuous answer. Remain pleasant and silent. Be confident when answering questions. Maintain minimal eye contact with the interviewer. No, you don't really need to. You don't really need to do that. I don't believe that's something mandatory. So the only thing you need to do is remain pleasant and alert. Be confident when answering questions. You don't really have to maintain minimal eye contact with the interviewer. So it would be I and I. So that's it for 14. We're halfway. We're halfway through. If you guys like explanations like this and you feel confident, you feel comfortable with explanations, if my explanations are coherent, subscribe. If you have anything, if you have any disagreements, as I said before, state the question. Give me your response, your answer, and state why. I will respond. I will check back. But don't say nothing blunt because it would be instantical. All right, guys, let's move on to 15. You work in the records management department of a large firm. You work in records management of a large firm. In what order should you file correspondence from following these clients? So just look at this. So they're saying correspondence. So the first person that you should actually look at first right off the bat is Erin Wolf. And after Erin Wolf would be Arthur Wolf, right? And then finally it would be Myrtle Woolworth. So that would be C. I think I need to do all of that. So the correspondence in that word, in that relation, the proper answer would be C. I, and I. Right? Because it says you file correspondence. And if you look at the information here, I will discuss this later, but let's move on. I'm not finding the accurate words right now. So I'll move on from that. So let's actually take a move. Where have we now? 16. Um, 16. The correct index and title of a file for Peter Kinnett, Juwandu AASC LLB is, that would be Juwandu Peter Kensit, and then you put that last, not this force. This needs, so we need to start off with Juwando and then Peter Kinnett. So Peter, let me just highlight that. Juwandu Peter Kinnett. So that's the correct filing system of that. So 17. Which of the following methods of filing classification would be the most suitable for a manufacturing company with distributing centuries throughout the Caribbean? The chronological. It cannot be geographical. It cannot be subject because that's in relation to different subject matters, and numerical, that's in numeration to numbers and labeling. The best thing to do is chronological filing system. So 18. Which of the following would be most suitable for storing inactive soft copies of files? That would be the external hard drive, because inactive soft copies of files, they said soft copies, and if you look at this, none of these options here are actually soft copies. You can't really, because soft copies are on the internet, are on the interweb. It's actually intangible documents that you could only find or you could only get through internet access. Like for example, if you're within a file system, it's that's soft copy, hard copy, and none of these here, storage box, accordion folder, suspension folder, none of these here actually, none of these could store soft copy documents. So we're at 19 now. I'm working this document 3 o'clock in the morning. It's very late, and hopefully everyone's day is going good. So Clary Lee is paid a basic wage of $8 per hour for 40-hour a week, and 9.60 per hour for overtime work. Last week, Clary worked 48 hours. What was her total wage for that week? The answer would be 396.8. Let me just put up my calculator right there. So we know that she works basic wage of 8 per hour times a week. So we need to calculate her basic wage. And just put that on the screen so you guys could see it. So we need to calculate our basic wage per week. So with that, it's being said, we need to calculate our basic wage per week, which is 40 times the 8. That will give us 320. So with that in mind, so our basic wage is 320. Wage is 320. Then her overtime, that'll be her overtime. So her overtime, we know she's paid a basic hour of 9.60 hour for overtime. So we need just 9.60 times the 8. So 9.60 times the number 8. And that will give us 76. Wait, is that correct? 9.6 per hour. Yes, 76.8. So overtime will be 76.8. And now we just need to add the two variables, which are 76.8 plus the 320. And we're supposed to get 396.8. Yes. And that's how we got that answer here. A large office space with many employees working in the same area is referred to as, what is the answer? So if you're working with your peers and stuff within an office, where everyone is within one big office, and everyone is very congested in a very lucrative area where everyone is working in one area next to each other, we call that an open plane. So that's what it is. An advantage of centralized filing is that all records are stored and managed in one place. 22, a sum of money given to a cashier at the start of a day to make change is called a float. For the daily operations of a business, we call that we call that again. We call that working capital. So in this instance, float. So we're at 23. The accounts department has requested a file from the central filing department. Which of the following actions should the filing clerk take? The answer for this is D. So find out if the file is available, complete an outsheet and place it in the file. Ask the person receiving the file to sign for it. So that's not hard. That's very easy. Files which are no longer in use and placed in storage are referred to as archiving. Yes, so we call that archiving files. So we're 25. Your receptionist and your employer has asked you to cancel his appointment with an important client. What is the most suitable action to take? B. Contact the client, apologize, and inform him or that the appointment has been cancelled. That's the basic. That's more can get more basic than that. Yeah, she want to take off the light. You could take it off, right? Take off the light. You want to take out the light? All right, suit yourself. Hmm? Turn this shit into this thing. All right, better. You know, my viewers really cute stuff like that, right? At the annual general meeting of Verona Enterprises, an equal number of votes were cast for and against the motion. What actions should the chairman take to break the tie? To break the tie? Exercise the casting vote. So yes, 27. Which of the following best describes the purpose of a petty cash book? To reduce clerical work, to store cash efficiently. I believe it is very easy to make small payments conventionally. Because you can't really put every small transaction in a cash book. It will just be too repetitive and it will just be too much work. Which of the following terms is used to describe a committee which has been set up to deal with a specific matter? Call that a ad hoc. So 29. So let's look at it. The table shows an extract from a petty cash book. The petty cash float is 100 and it is operated on the Impress system. What amount should petty cashier receive at the start of the period? Um, Cleaning 150, that. You just need to add that up and subtract it from the 100 and then we'll have a carry down. Cannot be nothing above here because the only answer in here is 86.40. That's ridiculous. Wait, give me a second, guys. This is such a ridiculous question. CSEC shaped this thing so weird and they catch me off guard. So the Impress system works with a reimbursement, meaning that at the end of every financial transaction or at the end of every month, to say in simple words, they reimburse an amount of money so that the business could operation. But what CSEC asks is that what is the amount of money that you will get at the start of the new period? As I said before, at the end of every month, they reimburse a set amount of money, which is $100 in this instance. So at the end of every month, they will just reimburse the $100. Sorted now. I'll just answer this question right now. The chairman's role in meeting is to control the discussions and guide members, ensure all members are given opportunity to speak. That's not a part of the II is not one of the responsibilities or roles of a chairman in a meeting. So toward one of the duties of an accountant's clerk is to prepare debit and credit notes. My gosh, people. Anyways, chat, I'm coming back. We're gonna get something to drink. Give me a minute. Nothing to order this weekend. Hmm? Nothing to order this like no straight back. You tell me to order this weekend done. Like I'm like 2 minutes. You down it's like 5 o'clock. Anyways, chat, we back. You start about this paper, we finish it off. We're at Torta 1. So let's move on to Torta 2. Which of the following deductions can be made from wages without obtaining permission from the employee? That would be income tax and company's health insurance. Torta 2 be A. Which of the following documents is sent by the seller when a customer has been undercharged? That would be a debit note. So we're at 34 now. Mr. K bought a new stove and hired parts from New and Used Appliances Ltd. He wants to authorize part. And toward 5. The term verbatim minutes refers to an exact wording of the proceedings of a meeting. Repeat question. It's a repeat question. Question from 2024. No, I think it's 2020. Yeah, the repeat question from 2020. So the repeat question. We're toward 6 now. We're closing off. We're already halfway, you know. If the number of persons required to form a quorum is not present, the meeting must be postponed because it won't make any sense. So they would have to postpone the date. An ex-officio committee member is one who. This is a repeat question also. Attend meeting by virtue of an office. So within a meeting context, a proposal that certain actions be taken is known as a motion. So that's it for that. Which of the following items of business is not discussed at an annual general meeting? The answer for this would be make an arrangement for an important director. 1. And I'm moving a bit fast now because I want to end the video. It's very late where I am. I want to close it off. So we're at 1 now. In what order should a secretary complete the following procedures when preparing for a meeting? So for this, it's actually for the one. So first of all, they should this one's very basic. Ensure that the venue is booked, and then I send notes of meeting and agenda to all members. IV collect information required for use at the meeting, and then finally collect stationery for use at the meeting. So that is it for that. So closing off, we're at 43 now. So which of the following would be a major effect on labor turnover? Terms of employment. And turnover means, or turnover would mean that the actual persons working in the organization are quitting. They're just stopped doing the work. That's what turnover means. So 43 now. We're cool. We're going into our 50s now, guys. We're getting closer to the end. An itinerary gives information concerning departure and arrival flights. Itinerary deals with travel documents. So where are we now? Far the four. You are traveling to a destination where the time is 1 hour ahead of your departing time. Your plane departs at 12, which we have to add the 1 and the 12. That would be 13 hours. Um, if your flight takes 1 hour and 15, if your flight takes 1 hour and 50 minutes, so 13 hours plus the 1 hour, that would be 14 hours and 50 minutes. So the answer would be D. When the 24-hour clock is showing 18:30 hours, the time on the 12-hour clock is that would be 6:30. Very easy. This one is not hard because and CSEC usually brings questions like this for clock questions, and they're usually not really hard. What is the first step that a business should take if the cash book and bank statement shows a difference of 20? What is the first step that they should do? So the first thing that they should do is reconcile his bank statement with his cash book, or create a bank reconciliation statement to correct the error at hand. Items 4 to 74 is the following extract from an airline schedule. The schedule above shows that the aircraft will stop at Antigua ANU on its way to Jamaica KIN from Barbados BGI. How long will the aircraft will be on the ground in Argentina? Be 3 hours and 5 minutes. So it says how long will the aircraft be on the ground in Argentina? So where's Argentina? So let's try to analyze this. And I will not analyze the rest. I will just go through quick because I don't have a lot of time. So the departure time is 3 o'clock. The and this the arrival time is 4:25. And for the travel to the ANU, we're leaving at 7:30. We're arriving at 8:30. So first of all, there's a 1 hour difference. So there's a 1 hour difference here, right? And for this ratio, we're arriving at four. That would be a 1 hour and 1 hour 25 minute difference. So there's a 2 hour. Let me just thing it up on the screen here. Just typing it out. So we're leaving at 3 o'clock, right? We're arriving at 1:25. So that would be 1 hour and 25 for BGI. And if you're looking at the ANU, we're in the sky for 1 hour. Just think this out. BGI 1 hour and 25 minutes. So with that in mind, they said how long will the aircraft be on the ground in Argentina? They said, and this is the time they actually in the sky. They said how much time will the aircraft be on the ground. So this one is very easy. So 7 3. This we just have to find the difference between the 7 and the 3. 7:30 minus the 3. Just think that on the screen. 7 minus the 3. But the answer in this relation is 3 hours and 5 minutes. Anyways, guys, I will give a more detailed explanation. I'm very tired right now. I could have probably do this quick, but I don't have my writing pen on me right now. Some firms offer a program which aims to assist new employees becoming familiar with the jobs. This program is referred to as this is an induction. An induction process usually be involved in training new recruits to actually come in or be involved in the job field. So yes, for the nine, the human resource clerk has been asked to go through a list of applicants and select those who meet the necessary requirements for the job. This process is referred to as shortlisting, which is eliminating the persons who are not suitable for the job to get someone who is suitable for the job. 50. So this is 50. The use of a perpetual inventory system in a large department store enables the calculation of stock levels and values at specific intervals. The job an employee has been doing is no longer required by the organization. The employee will be, if they're no longer doing the required job, most likely it will be expired. It will be expired or they will be terminated from the job. The job let me just take a look at something quick. The Joe High School wants to build a new canteen and has received promotional meetings materials from several firms. In order to select the most suitable firm for the job, the school should invite firms to send price lists. I believe that's easy because we want to know how much money they would take to actually take on this project. So that's it. 53 now. The term minimum level on the stock card refers to lowest balance of stock allowed. So yes, I did this one already on the last live stream, so I will not explain this one a lot. I will post a link to that video in the comments below. But the original value for this is actually 300. And it's not really hard. It's very easy to do. I will post a link where I did that because this was a repeat question on 2024. If I could remember exactly. Repeat in 2024. If I could remember exactly. I may be wrong, but it's supposed to be a repeat in 2024. I did this exact question before. What is the benefit of having insurance coverage during the transportation of goods? Compensation for compensates the business in the case of a loss. That would be the correct answer. So we're going on to our last 5 questions. I will not really explain this one a lot because I just want to get this one. I just want to get this out of the way because it's very late right now. So C for the 7, that will be 100, 302. Um, P Hawk has a manufacturing business. His raw materials cost 1900 rates and rent total 2000 factory among to 2500. Number of units produces 640. So one thing you need to do is just add up this, and then divide it by 640, and then the amount of units that you could produce from that supposed to be 10. Cost of one unit will be $10. Yeah, 9. An order for the supply of 4 new computers was delivered on 4th July 2020. The amount due for payment is $2,680. Is subject to a 5% discount if the bill is paid within 28 days. The total cash discount in this, for instance, is $134. So the COD system, the system is basically as it says, cash on delivery, as we see here, COD, cash on delivery. I don't need to be more. This was a repeat question also. So guys, thank you for the support. Thank you for staying in tune. I am going out. I'm going to rest now. See you guys in the next video. Anyways, a note quick before I go is subscribe to the Subscribe Guys channel. This is the 2021 paper 1 May June. Anyways, guys, subscribe to the Subscribe Guys channel. See you guys in the next video. And I will be going live again for OA Office Administration 2023. If you want to watch that, stay tuned for that. See you guys in the next video.